Pastor Jim Hall. Where are you, sir? There you are. Pastor Jim Hall from Generations Church. He will lead us in tonight's invocation, and Eli Sanchez. Eli Sanchez, there you are. Wonderful. Eli Sanchez is entering the second grade from Cram Elementary School, is a grandson of San Bernardino police employee Susie Sandoval. We welcome both, and we thank you. Please stand. Pastor Jim. Turn your mic.
Jim, push that. There you go.
How's that now? There we go. It looks to me like there are so many friends here that instead of just praying, let's join hands together and touch one another. And that will go to the presence of the Lord. Father, we thank you today that you have created a community called San Bernardino. And thank you, Lord, that you have in place now leaders that are capable to take us to the next step. And we thank you, Lord, that your anointing will be on each decision maker this evening. Lord, they're facing so many items on the agenda. They need your wisdom to do it well. And so, Lord, we come before you with thanksgiving in our heart, with an anticipation that our city, every single meeting, is going to be better than it was before the meeting started. So, Holy Spirit, we welcome you in this place, and we ask for your blessing on every leader. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please remain standing. Eli, welcome. Very good. Very good.
Hello. Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate our public for their participation, and we thank you certainly, Pastor Hall from Generations Church in the 5th Ward. And we thank you, sir, for your invocation, and Mr. Sanchez. Ms. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
We were given direction, but there's no reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Very good. For the appointments, Mr. Figueroa, you'd be recognized for a removal.
Just item number 3. Number 2. So it asks to approve items number 1 and
3. Okay, with those amendments and updates, approval of appointment number 1 and 3. Is there a motion for approval? Is there approval for a motion of 1 and 3?
Second.
Very good. If members would, if there are no objections, it's so ordered.
Any objections? Item passed.
Very good. Mr. Figueroa, you will swear in, and we welcome Ms. Jody Buckley.
No, there are no swearing in. It's my understanding that the swearing in isn't necessary simply because these are reappointments.
Okay, very good.
In order to complete the terms to which they were originally appointed to. You'll be seeing the same with some of the other commissioners coming through as well, because of course no fault of their own. They're caught in some bureaucratic type of reappointment, but no swearing in is.
Thank you, Mr.
needed.
Figueroa. We appreciate it. Our next segment of tonight's calendar is presentations. This time, we welcome Councilmember Ibarra to make her presentation on Citizen of the Month.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Today is a special recognition, very near and dear to my heart, because as a community member, I too try to help bring in smiles into our community as a neighborhood association president. But today I'm recognizing the Community Ho-Ho Parade Committee. For the past 7 years, they have been the ones that do the parade across the whole city of San Bernardino. before and after parties with Santa Claus greeting the children, taking pictures with them, handing out their candy canes. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing the smiles on those children. So today, after 7 years of them doing this, just so you know, they're private citizens of the city who make this happen for everybody. They fundraise, they plan the routes, and they collaborate with other groups. So just a little bit about them. They do volunteer months in advance to plan, fundraise behind the scenes. People don't realize, but to create an event, just one event for one day, how much work, how much money is required. And they have been doing 3 nights in a row, and now they're doing the 4 nights in a row, starting last year recently. This is a group effort. They make it happen for all of us, for all the children. This is what San Bernardino is, when community comes together. There is good in our city, and we all need to have that vision to all work together to make our city great again. So at this time, I'd like to bring up the Community Ho-Ho Parade Committee, and I know I see some elves, and I've seen the Grinch. Come on up. Olaf. We're gonna, if you guys want to go right here in the front, you can do that. We're gonna take a group picture. But ladies and gentlemen, just see this is the community that brings the smiles to your children. This is my first recognition. So, with that said, do you have some words that you'd like to share? Okay, so the Community Ho-Ho Parade would like to say a few words to the community, and it is with great honor to welcome Ms. Deb Madley to the podium. Come on in. Secretary, right?
Yes. Hi, thank you very much. We would like to thank the Mayor and City Council for this honor and your support over the past 7 years. In 2013, when we planned the first parades in 6 weeks, we had no idea what this event would evolve into. It has grown every year into a citywide spectacle that is for the citizens, but more importantly, by the citizens, with the support of our gracious city government. None of that would be possible without our faithful fans who brave cool temperatures and sometimes rain along the parade routes, our volunteers who perform so many varied tasks with Christmas cheer, our drivers who spend hours decorating their beautiful vehicles and then cruise a 2-hour-long parade route with no stops, and organizations that run the parties. A lot of time, planning, and work go into these parties, and without them, we'd be leaving and arriving to dark parking lots. We've yet to get an official tally for the hundreds of volunteers involved that make this parade a reality, but it takes a community. Some fun facts about the parade of what the season entails are 4 parades, 4 movies, 8 parties, 60 miles, 140 cars, 2,304 candy canes, 2,500 cups of cocoa, 9,000 cookies, and 25,000 Christmas lights, and infinite smiles. This year, our dates for the 2019 parade season are Monday, December 9th for the east to west route, Tuesday, December 10th for the northern route, Wednesday, December 11th for the west side route, and Thursday, December 12th for the central route. Our routes will be published later this year on our website, hohoparade.com. The organizing committee would like to thank the City Council for the recognition of all of our work, and we're just really appreciative of this honor. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you, council member. Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra. Thank you, our Ho-Ho Parade committee, and we appreciate what you do for our folks and bringing cheer to our community. Moving on to the Chamber of Commerce, let's have the representative from our Chamber of Commerce come forward and present their announcements before our final presentation. I guess you're it. Welcome home and welcome back. If you want to save a step, you can use that podium there, Judy. Or, yeah.
I didn't come here tonight to do this. I came as a tag-along to my husband. And I don't know who was supposed to do this tonight, but it is kind of nice to be here, to see all these cheery faces except for Fred's. My God, Fred, can't you smile? Thank you. I swear, I look at you on television and watch you, and I think he looks like that guy in the... Who was Scrooge? Anyway, thank you. I expect to... Pardon me? Well, you could at least smile while you're saying, no, no, no. I've only known Fred at least most of our lives, so... Okay, I won't. I promise if you won't. Okay, it is July and it is getting hotter and hotter. And guess where you can go to not get really cooler, because it's hotter outside than it is inside in a nice air-conditioned building. But you can go to the 66ers, to a baseball game, and get hot dogs and cool drinks. And the 66ers are playing on Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and probably the rest of the month. So be sure and support your local semi-pro baseball players at the stadium. I can remember back in the day when we had a what do you call those things? A box, and we supported it and had a lot of fun. So go to the ball games. And speaking of baseball, what is happening on the, let's see, I have to look at this. Remember, I wasn't prepared and I've had brain surgery, so I'm not as alert as I used to be. On the 20th, you guys should know. What's happening, Henry? Henry? See, I'm putting him on the spot. All right. Yes, Little League, Western Regional Little League. They are opening with their softball team and Little League, well, hardball. They play hardball. And if you want to see really good baseball games, get out there to Henry's Ward and support his teams. That's the Western Regional, which is all the Western states. And that is good baseball, right? Good write-up on those umpires, too, in our local newspaper. Also, we have, well, gosh, I guess that's all right. Junior universities, Robin Hood, at the San Manuel Performing Arts Center. Thanks to San Manuel, they have a beautiful brand new performing arts center. And if you haven't been, you really should go and see it on Sterling Avenue at Aquinas High School. And I believe this will be their first presentation for Junior University. And they always give an excellent performance. So if you want to see some kids staying in San Bernardino for Junior University, please go. And that begins on the 19th of July, and that runs for at least 2 weeks. Staying in San Bernardino, where it all began, thanks to Bob Henley. And let's see, what else do we have going the rest of the month? We have, the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce is having a golf tournament. How many of you play golf? Good. You can play golf. You can call the chamber at 885-7515, and it's a 12 noon shotgun start up at Shannon Hills. We'd love to have you play. Not everybody does business on the golf course anymore because they have their cell phones to do that. And then Grapes and Gourmet, CID's fundraiser, is also on the 26th of July, and that will be at Premier Hall. And if you would like to go, you can call 384-5426. And I believe that is about it. If you want any more information, you can also call the chamber and get that information. It's nice to be here, and you guys better behave yourselves tonight and smile a little, be happy. Remember, it is serious business, and it is a great day in
San Bernardino.
Thank you all.
We thank you, Ms. Penman. We appreciate our San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. The final presentation will be by our field representatives, Jackie Aboud and Don Smith. Their work over the past 3 months has helped my efforts, the council's efforts towards being responsive to our constituents and cutting through the red tape and bureaucracy that many of our city constituents face when trying to find solutions to their issues, to their problems, to their needs that they seem to certainly can't find the solution to. There is much more work to be done through this program, the Legislative Field Rep program, and I'm sure that constituents and businesses who have worked with both Jackie and Don will attest to their great competency, their love and passion for our community, and I certainly feel the same. At this time, now turn it over to Jackie and Don.
Great. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for having us. We are very excited to be here and really highlight a lot of the accomplishments that we've been able to do in the office. So, like the Mayor said, my name is Don Smith.
And I'm Jackie Aboud. We just want to say that we're very passionate and very honored to present to you all. A little bit of background, I've been in San Bernardino for about 7 years, so I understand its issues, I understand its reputations, and in this position I'm really able to help with tangible needs and get to see the city improve firsthand, so we're very excited.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the first time our office has been able to have the field rep position. And since starting in April, we have been able to get more acquainted in our community and see the needs of our people.
San Bernardino is a very diverse community, and therefore we really need a big team to tend to all of its challenges and all of its demand as a growing city, because we are so diverse that we need to make sure that everybody feels represented.
Yes. Some major aspects of our job are advocacy, connections, and representation, all with an overall goal of improving services to our constituents. We want to connect residents and business owners with what they need. An example of this, I've actually received many calls from Cafe O Coffee. They are a new coffee shop that is looking to open up in San Bernardino, but after submitting their plans, they didn't receive any follow-up from anyone. So I was able to bridge that gap and really work with our planning department and connect them with the information they need to take the next steps in that process.
And one of the businesses I was able to meet with was the Enterprise building in our downtown area. They had a few concerns about safety and blight in their area, and so those are going to be some long-term goals that we'll be working towards, as well as CRM. So it's really nice to see those businesses feel like they are represented and that they know we have that connection with them.
Yes, we also advocate a lot on our citizens' behalf, simply because people who have tried contacting city government, they've never done it before and don't really know the process or how to go about it. So we've actually, just this week, I had a constituent call who had their car towed by PD, and I worked with Councilwoman Sandra Ibarra on this one. I think you remember them. But they had a couple of circumstances going on with them, and they couldn't fully explain those to the police department when they had their vehicle towed. So after hearing their story and talking with them, I was able to contact PD on their behalf and explain the full circumstances that they had. And unfortunately, we weren't able to help them out fully as they needed, but I feel I was really able to help them with a service aspect and really bring a touch of compassion, which people don't always receive when dealing with city government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another main aspect of our position is really representing the city council and mayor at certain events, submitting CRMs on their behalf, and working on projects that you guys have come up with, and you just need someone to really take care of the little details. So we're really happy to take care of all those on your behalf.
Absolutely. And representation, we really are an extension of the mayor and city council, and we go to many events on your behalf and really show that full support that you guys have for events going on in our city and in your very own wards.
Sorry. In our next slide, you can see that we represent the mayor and the city council at several events. Since May 1st, we have attended over 45 events around the community, and those events benefit the community because we bring economic development, we build relationships with businesses, we're networking with county officials and their teams as well, and we're really celebrating the successes of our community members and their achievements. For example, one of the events that I attended, as you can see up there, is the CSUSB groundbreaking event for their Santos Manuel Student Union expansion. This event was contributed by the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Thank you to them. And this is really the hub of the students, for the Center for Students at the university, and it really brings a lot of resources from all ethnic and religious backgrounds. Do you want to talk about one of yours? Oh, sorry. And then another event that I really enjoyed attending, and I was there as well with Councilman Figueroa, was the We Love You blood drive in collaboration with Livestream. The blood drive was the largest blood drive in the Inland Empire, and they had over 1,200 community volunteers. They collected over 750 units of blood, which saved 2,300 lives and more. We were very honored to have this event hosted in San Bernardino, and we can't wait to continue supporting them in their future endeavors.
Yes, and we actually have members from them here in the audience right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Yes, and we also travel on behalf of the city. I went to the U.S.-China Future Trade Forum in LA with our mayor, where he was a keynote speaker to highlight the many investment opportunities available in our city to create investment interest in our Carousel Mall, as well as the international airport. And at this event, we really accomplished that we were able to create many connections with business owners, foreign news, and trade groups to really set the groundwork for the mayor's and council's trip coming up to China this week. Yes. Also, we had the Operation Splash Kickoff event at the Jerry Lewis Center, and I know Councilman Mulvihill attended that, and we saw him there. We were able to officially start this summer for many of our San Bernardino families looking to enjoy time at our newly renovated aquatic facility. They have free kids play zones, family resource fair, and also we are very happy and honored to receive a generous donation from our partner Kaiser Permanente of $59,500 to go and renovate the area. And I know Councilman Mulvihill can attest to this. It's a very nice water facility. It looks like a water park.
So another portion of our position is capacity building and working with different constituents, forging business relationships, and meeting with our council members. Did you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. So we've had meetings with many of the council members. We've met with Councilman Mulvihill, of course, where he talked about concerns about maintenance on Broadmoor Boulevard, and also learning more and looking into the process of city planning. And we were able to come up with an area of developing historical preservation sites in his own ward, which I think would be a great project for us to get done. We also worked with Councilwoman Sandra Ibarra, where she voiced her concerns about maintenance in her area, potholes, streetlights, and getting CRMs reported.
One of the constituents that we met with that really made an impact on our community was Mr. Vasquez. He's from the 3rd Ward, and he had met with us with concerns about maintenance in his neighborhood, potholes and graffiti, also safety from a local business nearby, and wanting to communicate more with his neighborhood. So we went and submitted those CRMs for the maintenance issues. We collaborated with PD on the Eastern District Police Department, to patrol that business, that neighborhood, make sure that the area stays safe and that they're interacting with that neighborhood. And then we also encouraged him to join his neighborhood association. Unfortunately, because it was not up and running, he actually started it himself. So now he is the president of Rancho West Neighborhood Association, and so it was a great contribution to our city.
Yes, and just to highlight on that, we are always available to any members of the public if they want to come meet with us and discuss issues that we can then report back and get some outcomes for them in the city. Yes, and with so much development going on in our city, we have really been able to focus on key aspects of that. I focus on the Library Board, Planning Commission, Parks and Rec, Community Service Commission, and Neighborhood Association Council.
And I focus on the Public Relations and Human Safety Commission, the Water Board, Arts and Historical Preservation Commission, and as well the Neighborhood Association Council. We're basically just splitting up our time in our areas of focus so that we can make sure to attend to all the city's needs and challenges.
Yes. And really to best match constituent needs with solutions, we've become very involved and knowledgeable on the processes of cities, process that goes on in our city. For example, we have gone on ride-alongs with our public works crew for graffiti removal and also to fill in the pothole. And many people don't know the steps that it takes to fill in the pothole. So we really have become experts in that we can figure out how long it takes to fill, if it, yes, if it can get filled in within that same day, or if it's a CIP project and takes longer. And we were able to talk with our crew and really figure out what information they need when someone makes a report on Go Request that helps them find the pothole and figure out what they need before they get out there to make it faster.
So our position is not only just us submitting in those CRMs, but it's also explaining to the public and our community how to do so themselves if they wish to do so. So explaining to them how the Go Request app works, how to download it, where to submit their CRMs, under what section, certain verbiage to use, and that's something that we've learned from our ride-alongs with Public Works members. In this slide, you can see that we, from our ride-along on the left side, the photos are the before and after of the graffiti. It might be a little bit dark to see, but those are from the graffiti ride-along that we went on. And then on the right side is also a pothole that we helped them fill in the third ward, the before and after photos. Total, we have filled 927 CRMs since April 2019, and approximately 85% of those have been closed. Just to give you guys an idea, an example of those CRMs, about 233 of those were for street maintenance, such as potholes, 301 were for graffiti removal, and 135 were for illegal dumping. So we're really working together to see that the city is going to get cleaned and working together as a team. I'll work on this one. So after hearing some constituent comments about non-inclusion and a lack of diversity within the religious portion of the police department, we've worked with the police department to bring a clergy summit that is going to be held on August 20th. So it's in the works, but basically the police department has expanded their chaplain program and made it so that it includes all denominations. When unfortunately an accident happens and there's a victim who has a denomination that was not previously available in the chaplain program, now they'll be able to have that resource from the police department to reach out. So we're just bringing religious diversity to the police department. We attended the event on June 26th, John and I, where we met with the core chaplain members, and we're looking forward to working together with them for the clergy summit coming up.
Right. And we really want to have more projects like this. This idea came straight from the community, and we're able to take that concern and that idea and work on it in our office and come up with a very good outcome for that. So I hope that we meet with many more members of the city and can come up with ideas to help them.
Exactly. It's all about collaboration.
Right. So we do really focus on advocacy, connection, representation, and a lot of the tools that help us with that are the CRMs, Go Request systems, our staff communication working with you guys, and also our department heads, one-on-one meetings with you guys as well, and with our constituents, and event attendance and networking with businesses throughout the area.
Please feel free to let us know of any events that are going on in the community. We're more than happy to help support everyone and collaborate with everyone. For example, last week I attended, alongside with the mayor and several council members, the first food festival in San Bernardino. So thank you to Luis Ojeda for that. We look forward to the future events as well. Thank you for letting us present to you all. We look forward to working with everyone to be Team San Bernardino, making the city a better place. If you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll tell you, my firsthand experience with these two legislative field reps is phenomenal. They come to work every day, passionate about their job to help people in our community. It's an awesome, awesome experience, and we're grateful for your service, and we thank you. If there are no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we will continue on our agenda calendar to public comments. I invite anyone who wishes to speak to please be recognized with the yellow slip. At this time, we have a substantial amount, and our calendar is full, I suspect. So I will call your name, and we will utilize both sides of the speaker podium. Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz. Mr. Hardy Brown. Ms. Ortiz, if you would please turn your mic off. Thank you. Mr. Brown, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Ready? Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening. This is from Hardy Brown. As you know, he has ALS and is unable to articulate to you. And he's written his statement, and he hopes that you will give him the time it needs to read because of ADA. My remarks are focused on helping you keep more of the taxpayers' money in San Bernardino with the citizens who pay the bills and need the services. I got involved when you displayed 5 white officers to be in charge of community policing. You have made some progress by selecting 2 blacks and 2 Latinos as sergeants for the program. But there's still much work to be done for you to achieve parity with the community in the city workforce. You have some employment opportunities if you hire an assistant city manager. If the chief of police position becomes vacant or the assistant chief position is vacated, it provides other opportunities. You have a captain out on administrative leave. That is another opportunity if he does not return to work. So the possibilities exist for you to make more than good faith effort to demonstrate your commitment to including us in the management team for the city. I have noticed on page 395 of tonight's agenda, paragraph 31, that the vendor agrees to comply with the equal employment laws. My question or concern is, who in the city has the responsibility to ensure compliance? Since I was here last, you've been in court with lawsuits filed by the city clerk and the city attorney. Your chief of staff has resigned, which is a good thing in my opinion. Based on my experience after reading your legislative report, you could save money by having elected officials give more meaningful reports, since you list them in your agenda that way. Henry Nichols said to The Sun, "I don't hear people clamoring for a footbridge at Meadowbrook Park." Now, I say that because it might be because Mr. Ted Sanchez represents the ward, and that's what he hears, and he hears it differently. With your citywide classification and compensation study under consideration tonight, please include the police department. They are the highest paid in the surrounding cities of Fontana, Rialto, Colton, and Redlands, and Riverside by $6,000 a year for starting pay. This is because of the memo of understanding of Section 186 that you signed. I also hope that your policy on the conduct at meetings on tonight's agenda is not to suppress public participation at the City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker is Treasurer Tees, followed by Clarence Hudson. Mr. Hudson, if you would please join me there. Turn off your mic. Ms. Ortiz, welcome.
Mayor and Council, welcome back. Hope you had an awesome month off because a lot of really great stuff was happening in the city while you weren't here. The residents came together, organizations, volunteers, vendors, and city staff, because we have a killer city staff in this city, and they are holding down the fort in the chaos you are creating. And don't ever think that 2 people that just got on board are matching anything that's happened in the last 7 years. And this rose-colored glasses that you want us to see it through is absolutely ridiculous, because the city is in chaos and the people are not happy about it. We are facing a $10 million deficit next year, just in PERS alone, on top of if Measure Z sunsets, $8 million. And there is no new revenue coming into this city. There is no plan for next year to change the course from another bankruptcy. And while shaking hands and photo ops and going and traveling sound like such an amazing opportunity, we are failing here at home. And people are like, don't worry about it. Let the council and the mayor fail. Well, 8 of you are killing a city of 216,000 residents. A future. Ted Sanchez says, what about the planning in 10, 15, 20 years from now? This will be county property in 10, 15, 20 years from now if we don't do something now. You have an opportunity at almost $800,000 or at least $500,000 to invest into park and recreation. You guys just cut 7% from the public works budget, but yet on the agenda you want to hire a consultant at $120 an hour and give him $250,000? Are you crazy? It is so obvious you don't know what you're doing. Because tonight you're going to hire back the bankruptcy attorney you got rid of because you didn't know what you were doing. And our real attorneys had to tell you that we need these people. Like, don't you get it? The emperor's not wearing clothes and you're walking down a ridiculous parade, just following. And we are failing, and we can't afford to fail anymore. People have lives here, children, property investment, businesses. And the people in the audience, and not you guys, are the only ones trying to make it better. And you fight them and put roadblocks in their way. You call it bureaucratic red tape? No, it's you guys tripping over your own feet and your own ego at the expense of the people here. Wake up. Be better. Stop the crap, because we can't afford it anymore. Thank you.
Our next speaker is, audience, we're going to ask that you please hold your applause. We thank you. If you support it, raise your hand. We don't need applause. Mr. Hudson, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, are you Sean Martinez? Join me, please. Turn off your mic and join me at the podium. Mr. Hudson, welcome.
I'm a resident here for about 27 years, and I live up in the Cimarron Ranch area. Yesterday I came home, and they're going to be doing this big slurry coat project in the whole development. I came home yesterday, and I said, okay, well, what am I going to do with my cars and my bride of 43 years? How am I going to get her to work? And so I scrounged around. I went over a couple of blocks and saw that, okay, this is a free area. No cones, no notices of this and that, and a place where I could park my wife's car because she works on the west side of Los Angeles and has been doing so for 30 years. Anyway, moving right along, I came home today just to thank my neighbor and great friend, and now there's notices there. So you got this big development, and the undertaking is we're going to do it all at once. Where do you park these displaced cars? You know, we have a crime rate. I don't want my cars vandalized. I do not want to have to do an insurance claim or anything like that. My suggestion is moving forward, and hopefully somebody will make the decision today, because this project starts tomorrow. No parking on the street from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. I think that it needs to be cut in half. That way the unused portion is available to those who are affected. It makes common sense to me. I'm just trying to do some triage and put a Band-Aid on it for you. It's just ridiculous that you have to displace that many residents all at the same time. Some of them have spouses that are severely ill. And my great friend that I was just speaking of, his wife has to get him to a doctor's appointment at 9 a.m., right in the middle of the doggone project going on. It just does. Somebody just needs to step up, put on the big boy pants, and go ahead and put this program either another day to configure another plan. And I suggest to do that 50% plan. That way you got it's gonna bring the community together, because we're gonna be working together in a little crisis system. It's not life-threatening, but, it's a way of life that's being affected. And I just urge you guys strongly to make this executive decision, and it wasn't proper notice given. Grossly not given. I found a notice yesterday, it's supposed to be 72 hours. Right now, it's 24 hours. It's wrong, and it needs to be rethought out. You can cancel it, because they're going to make their money, and they're going to do the job that they're required to do. And I talked to a really wonderful woman here, Donna Puentes. She's very knowledgeable, she listens well, and we were on the same page. So with that being said, I think you guys need to move forward with the cancellation and reconfigure this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson, our staff will contact you if you just stay right there and share your contact information with our staff.
I did with Donna, and I filled out a slip that you have there with my contact.
Well, if you wouldn't mind sharing your phone number, we'd like to talk to you.
No problem.
Mr. Martinez, you're recognized, followed by Celine Perez. Is Celine Perez around? Hi, Ms. Perez. Would you join me over here? All right.
I'd like to request, we've got three of us speaking on the same issue.
All
Could
right.
we go in order that
Sure, Mr. Martinez.
makes more sense?
Welcome. So, Celine Perez and Lisette Mendoza.
Right, and that if we could start off with
Okay,
Lisette
all right.
Mendoza.
Sure.
So I'm here this evening again today on behalf of the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice to report back that this Monday, July 15th, on Amazon Prime Day, 100 people made up of immigrant rights, environmental workers' rights, organizations and unions showed up to the Amazon Sortation Center as part of the national effort to demand no tech for ICE and to heighten the visibility to who's behind ICE, also known as Immigration Customs Enforcement. We demanded this because we are greatly concerned to learn Amazon, Palantir, and local law enforcement are the ones behind ICE. We learned Amazon is racing to the top with the technology it is creating for ICE. Their tech innovation and infrastructure makes this possible, allowing immigration enforcement to rely on policing through huge databases, computer programs, tech employees, analyzing big data, and shareable cloud-based storage. These systems accumulate unprecedented amounts of personal and private information and enable the rapid expansion of information sharing capabilities among city, state, and regional law enforcement agencies, as well as some of the foreign governments for the purpose of finding, deporting, and detaining immigrants. Huge corporations like Amazon Web Services have built a revolving door to develop the entrenched Silicon Valley's role in fueling the incarceration and deportation regimen. If this goes unchecked, these tech companies will continue to do the government's bidding in developing the systems that target and punish in mass those that are deemed undesirable, such as immigrants, people of color, the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated, activists, and others. This is of great concern since we have city officials like the mayor, chief of staff, and the chief of police who are present before me who have shown their anti-immigrant agenda in former and current positions. The San Bernardino Police Department has not met with immigrant rights organizations since last year, and when we did meet to discuss SB 54, California Values Act, it wasn't the nicest conversation. Another concern is that the president of the National Fusion Center Association testified before Congress about the collaboration SBPD and the county sheriff's department has had with local fusion centers in the aftermath of the horrific tragedy of December 2015. These fusion centers bring great concern to us because they train terrorism liaison officers, which include police officers. And although we're not against that completely, we have some great questions about how much resources, training, and technology is our local law enforcement using. How much of this information is being used against our communities, especially our brown and black communities in the city. Recent changes in the policy and contracting at ICE have heightened the importance of two key tech companies. As mentioned before, Amazon is the primary cloud service provider for the agency, and Palantir provides case management that can be integrated between the Department of Homeland Security and these fusion centers at the local and state law enforcement agencies. So we hope that when we submit our PRA that you fill it out within a week and that we can request a meeting with the Chief of Police as soon as possible.
Our next speaker is Celine Perez, followed by Sean Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Celine Perez. I'm the Political Director of the Inland Empire Labor Council. We represent over 200,000 union households in San Bernardino, Riverside counties. We are here with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice to share our concerns around the relationship that ICE has with Amazon and Paleontar. We are concerned that Amazon, being the largest employer in our region, benefits by taking advantage of its workers through its poor working conditions, but also is profiting off of our residents, our city, and its own workers through its technology that's being used by ICE. As ICE is preparing to use technology for mass deportation at an unprecedented scale that could make sanctuary cities and state protections obsolete, we have concerns that this technology is being impacted by law enforcement, that if our San Bernardino Police Department is using it, any Paleontar created data, that just by using the system, they're feeding information to ICE that can be used to conduct raids. This is a big concern to us as San Bernardino as a city. It's really diverse, with over half of its residents being Latino. We are concerned that this is and will be creating fear instead of safety in our community, and we are asking for the San Bernardino Police Department as well as the city to meet with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, as well as if the city and San Bernardino Police Department are using Amazon Web Services or Paleontar created data systems to cut ties. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Sean Martinez. I'm with the Teamsters Union. We were proud to stand with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice on Monday. As many people know and has been well documented, Amazon has built the second most valuable company in the world by utilizing public money and infrastructure to remake the retail and goods movement industries. We all love the convenience of clicking a button and something showing up at our door 2 days later, but at what cost does this convenience come? Not only is Amazon participating in the destruction of hundreds of thousands of retail jobs across the country, they've also done a lot of work to lower the standard for workers in the goods movement industry, the logistics industry, where the Teamsters have traditionally been able to preserve a middle-class standard of living for blue-collar workers in that sector. One of the many ways that Amazon is degrading the nature of work in that industry is how they track and surveil their own employees and push them to work at unsustainable rates. But they're also tracking, obviously, as Celine and Lisette talked about, tracking and surveilling consumers and our community through their facial recognition technology and their cloud computing power, working with Palantir, with ICE, and with unaccountable police agencies across the country. It's extremely important, especially in a place like San Bernardino, where Amazon is the largest private employer, and it's actually the largest private employer in the Inland Empire now, that this company, this corporation, be held accountable. It's obviously wielding a ton of political and economic influence, and it's very important that we as citizens and our public servants, our public elected officials, are holding this corporation accountable. So we also urge the city and the police department to meet with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice regarding how the city and the police department can help hold this corporation accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harry Hatch. Harry Hatch, if you would, sir, turn your mic off. And Miss Patricia Sachs, would you join me, please? Welcome, Miss Sachs, and we thank you for coming out tonight. You're recognized for 3 minutes. Turn your mic on, please. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Mayor and Council, I'm sure you all remember the first time I came before you with a very unusual introduction that God has a plan for San Bernardino. I have not attended any council meetings, for it has not been my duty to speak to anyone but the mayor, which I did many times with Kerry Davis. But now God is on the move. He has positioned me right here in the heart of San Bernardino. For 2 years, I lived in Muscoy in the county area, but now I walk on 2nd Street to the Transit Center. And as I walk past the former Carousel Mall, which God wants to make into an international mall, having all our ethnic groups represented and be seen and represented in the mall. An international mall will be a drawing card for people from all over Southern California and the world to come and see what God is doing in San Bernardino. And why here, you may ask, as I did when he called me. because he said, I'm coming back to the earth to judge it and set up my kingdom. And I want them to see my power when I take a bankrupt city with greedy, self-seeking officials and make it great again. But if you're coming back, why are you requiring us to build up the businesses? Because the city of San Bernardino will be like the city of Goshen was in Egypt for the Israelites, a refuge of light and prosperity to the people I protected in when Egypt was in darkness. And darkness is coming to the world. They do not know me, but when they see what I can resurrect the city, they'll know I can resurrect power in their lives. I have a list of all the businesses on East Street, 1,000 of them. God wants to form an East Street Business Owners Association where each of them can care for East Street themselves and each other's, maintain their buildings and beautify them, plan for the street as a whole. East Street is the street of Sports Street, with so many sports activities there. The cruise will be a regular part of East Street. Business will thrive when East Street comes back. It will bring the whole city back. And it is not you government employee to do. You are servants of the people, by the people and for the people. Never forget who you work for, and don't steal from them to line your pockets. And work for them, not your union boss's pockets. A great leader is a servant of all. My complete file on the development of the International Mall was given to Mayor Judy Valles by Ann Verselli, focusing on bringing revenue back into San Bernardino, not on how you'll be paid. No one should ever be paid for a job they're doing now, forever and ever. When they're gone, the pay is gone. They can get a different job or live on Social Security like the rest of us in the country. I was at a conference 2 weeks ago in Orange County put on by the Small Business Association of the OE and the OC and the IE. They can help these new businesses set up their...
Ms. Sachs, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I'll leave this for you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hatch. You're recognized for 3 minutes, Mr. Hatch.
It'd be kind of hard to follow an evangelist like that. I'm only talking about fireworks. As you know, we've survived the 4th of July again. There seems to be some thought that there may have been some fires started by the fireworks. Personally, I can tell you there were. Not because I did it, but I saw what has happened. So, going on from there, let's talk about the permitting process. The permitting process that I've run into with the city of San Bernardino is rather unusual. Depends on what division you work for and which division you go into. The finance division does it one way. The city clerk does it one way. The police department does it one way. There is no uniform permit process. One of the things you need to do is at least get a uniform permit process started so that all the permits are handled the same way all the time, every time. Speaking of the permits, I just happen to have gotten the list of the 32 nonprofits and 501c3s from the city clerk. Having looked at them just preliminarily, and I will plan on making a report to the Public Safety Commission, I found that there were at least 2 of the 503Cs that are suspended. There are a couple that are from out of state that only have post office boxes in the city of San Bernardino for their operating expense. I have found that several of the organizations are been recruited by the fireworks companies themselves to come into the city of San Bernardino because our permit process is so easy to get through to sell their fireworks for them. Now, based on what I'm finding out, it appears as though the fireworks companies are making a heck of a lot of money on the sale of these fireworks. Fireworks do no good. Something that burns and explodes is not reasonable to be playing with. It might be an idea to think about doing away with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martha Romero. Martha. Moving on to Paige Miller. Paige Miller. Jim Penman. Mr. Penman, would you join me, please? And shut your mic off. Ms. Miller, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Number 1, fireworks. Thank you, Mr. Hatch. Please agendize for Council to take action to ban all fireworks sales and use in the city of San Bernardino. Increase the fines and let your constituents know you are ready to take this safety issue seriously now. Number 2, City Manager. We have gone through McNeely, Parker, who was just fired from Hemet, and Scott, who warned everyone if the new city charter did not pass that he would be gone the next day. Well, that charter passed, and he abandoned San Bernardino anyway. All these golden parachutes and $250,000 plus a year with 5-year contracts, and now you fired City Manager Miller. The night many of you up there confirmed Miller, several speakers warned about hiring anyone in San Bernardino at that salary and the long-term costs involved. No one in a city with a median income of $38,000 should be hired for that amount. Please, somebody up there, consider a lower salary, and if that city manager actually brings business to San Bernardino, there can be a bonus offered when that business successfully opens its doors. Is there anybody up there capable of negotiating a contract creatively? Think outside the box. Number 3, city staffing. Community members did not speak in favor of a legislative advocate or a lobbyist for Sacramento. That is the job of the mayor, for which he gets paid, to advocate for our city through assembly members and state officials on behalf of the city. If you hire a new chief of staff, and I'm certain that you're going to hire a new chief of staff for the mayor, okay, starting pay, this is your big chance, guys, $38,000 a year. Start them off at entry level. Great way to start. And is it true that you have been paying Best and Krieger over $300 an hour to replace the elected city attorney? If that is true, somebody up there needs to be asking the questions, and somebody up there needs to learn how to negotiate. Last, the animal shelter. And I'm talking to you, our viewers, tonight. The Riverside County Board of Supervisors did not approve absorbing San Bernardino Animal Control. Yes, maybe some mayors are finally talking about a regional approach, and maybe there might be an ad hoc committee that meets. But for certain, the San Bernardino Animal Care Organization, a nonprofit, has offered an unsolicited proposal to this council. You may not know that in the viewing public, so I'll need your help tonight. I need you to ask to join me and email and text the council, the mayor, and city manager to agendize and approve the unsolicited proposal submitted by Alice Chow from the San Bernardino Animal Care Organization to partner with the city and run the San Bernardino Animal Shelter. Let's get this right, and let's do it now, folks, please.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Howard Wright. Howard Wright. Howard Wright. Mr. Wright, thank you, sir, for coming. If you join me at the podium there. Mr. Penman, you're recognized, sir, for 3 minutes.
We have little or no institutional memory left in the city of San Bernardino. I'm here tonight to share a small segment of mine with you because I've become aware of a problem just last week. Back in a few years ago, not unlike today, our general plan was not in compliance with state law. It had not been updated for many years. We had 7 to 8 variances on every agenda, and they all passed. The courts were furious with us when we were sued by a local resident, and our general plan was set aside. The courts ruled that when you establish a general plan, you're supposed to follow it. You're not supposed to come along with a variance every time something happens. We had 900 plus citizens show up at Sturgis Auditorium, the largest council meeting attendance in the history of the city, complaining about this situation. We had 5 new council members, a new city attorney, and a new mayor elected because of this, at almost the same election. When the Superior Court ruled that the general plan was inconsistent, the governor's office stepped in and put a moratorium on the city for 2 years. We went into a recession 2 years earlier than the rest of the country. We had millions of dollars of projects in the pipeline. They were almost all stopped. 81 people sued us. We won most of those lawsuits, but the city was virtually shut down. On the July 9th, 2019 Planning Commission agenda, item number 6, a variance was recommended for 6 multifamily dwelling units in a single-family neighborhood. This is right back where we started 30 years ago, before our general plan was declared out of compliance with state law. Fortunately, the Planning Commission has enough members on it who recall that, and many of you were still in school when this happened, but there were people there, and they unanimously voted this down. Single-family residences on both sides would suddenly have 2-story apartments looking into their backyards. We have an unusual zoning situation, REM, residential medium, in an overlay district in the 3400 block of Northeast Street and down further. I encourage you to look at this ordinance and consider repealing it or at least amending it before it gets us into serious trouble again. Also, most of the variances that were approved were not legal because they did not comply with the finding in state law that's necessary and the finding in our municipal code that's necessary, which is that they be unique topography or unique shape of the parcel. This particular variance was defended on the grounds that there were 2 multifamily units across the street. It is likely those units were given variances that were illegal in the beginning. They should not be used as the basis for a new variance. So I encourage you to look into this. By the way, kudos to the Planning Commission, no criticism of the Planning Department because nobody there was there when this happened, so nobody knew about this. But you're getting into a situation now, and I encourage you to ask the city manager to look into this, take steps to make sure this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penman. Our next speaker is Gregory Taylor. Gregory Taylor. Gregory Taylor. Hello, Mr. Taylor, if you would join me. Mr. Wright, welcome, sir. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. I'm Howard Wright. I'm getting disappointed in the city. And I'm disappointed that the City Council faces $11.2 million in red ink. Proposals call for the police department to take the biggest hit. The police department must be #1 priority in the city due to a high crime rate. The city of lawlessness, an unfilled officer position must be filled for the protection of the San Bernardino City citizens. And I had the crime map. The 5th Ward alone on Kendall Drive and Sheridan Road was 47 burglaries and 2 homicides. I was hit with a 1st-degree burglary, which is a felony, a burglary with tools, misdemeanor. It took the police department 9 hours to respond to the burglary, along with the crime scene investigators. It's still under investigation. Every time you call the police department, it's not there. I support the police department. It's just they're undermanned and they're overtaxed. You call 911, they don't answer the phone. Or if they did, I let it ring 10, 20 times. They don't answer. I hang up 20 minutes. Are you reporting an emergency? Well, I'm glad I wasn't having a heart attack. That they're overburdened. They go, we don't have the manning. The police department, for the excuse, is they don't have the manning. But then you go on, where's the money going that they're bringing in? The taxpayers. Okay, the city council awarded $300,000 to grants. Then I guess they did another grant. Seems like money's just going everywhere. You have money for grants, which they're a good thing, but right now the crime rate's too high. And the city council awarded $300,000 in art grant, not to the police department, to fight crime and to protect the citizens. San Bernardino they're going to get hit again for the Transparency Act. The state of California is going to fine them $5,000, and they got to pay for their fees. That's another waste of money. That should have been done a long time ago. the Controller General is that. So I hope you look at the citizens of this city for crime.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you. Appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you, sir. Eric Menchaca. Eric Menchaca, sir, if you join me. Mr. Taylor, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm here again on some issues. A lot of them were dealt with at the last City Council meeting. I spoke with Jackie. I spoke with Ms. Basine as far as trash along Cajon Boulevard and throughout the city. After the last City Council meeting, 2 days later, most of the stuff was gone. Yes, I did. Me, my wife, we coordinated with Ms. Basine, and she was on it. We had an issue that was a homeless lady was sitting out in front of one of the storage facilities for 2 weeks. We called Ms. Basine on Sunday. Officer came out and dealt with it that day. Monday morning, it was gone. Mr. Mayor, I would like to say thank you for trying to work with me in my ward and with Ms. Basine on getting some of these things taken care of. There's still a lot of work to be done in the city. And I'm a new resident here. I've been here under 15 years. But I see what's happened in the last 12 years where our city has fallen apart. And, I'm not proud of it. Yeah, I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I'm proud to live in San Bernardino. And I'm willing to work with you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Richards, and all of City Council to get some of these things done. But we have to come together as a team. We can make everybody in this room, we could all make suggestions of what we need to do, but we need to partner together with our City Council, our mayor, and people of worship, pastors in this area to make this city better. If we can keep making, as I kind of say, empty requests, you're going to have your constituents not support you. Mr. Mayor, like I said to you in the last City Council meeting, I voted for you, and I stand behind you. If we can keep making these steps forward, I will always stand behind you. City Council, a lot of you guys, I may not know you, but Ms. Richards, you know, I will call you. And one thing about it, I can say my City Council woman is on it. Mr. Mayor, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to say what I have to say. And Jackie, thank you. I mean, I would say just like this. Jackie, I call her, and I didn't expect to get a call back. She was on it. She called me. She said, Mr. Taylor, we have this going on this day. We have this going on this day. If you can make it, be there. She said, I may not be there, but if you could be there, to make your statements known, hey, the officer will be there to take your report. It will get back to me. It will get back to the mayor, and it will get back to Ms. Basine. So, all you guys in this audience, use the resources that we have. I know I've started using them, and the councilman I always dealt with, I found out he retired last week, Jorge Carlos. But you know what? He was on it. He put me in contact with Ms. Richards, and the mayor put me in contact with Jackie. And I can say one thing: Jackie is on it. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Taylor, you want another minute?
I will take that minute.
I'm just joking for all the people that will jump you and say, "Where's my minute?"
Oh, you gave me. I'm gonna take that 30 seconds, and I will say this:
Go ahead, sir.
Use your resources.
Yes.
Use the resources. My wife's occupation is a social worker. The resources are there. Use them. We have a lot of homeless people out there who choose to be homeless because they do not want this. They do not want to abide by the rules of those service providers. You can't come in there with your drugs. You can't come in there with your alcohol. They can't come in there with the baskets. But I will say this: please stop giving the homeless money, because when you give them money, they're going to stay there. If they say they're hungry, take them to go get a meal. If they refuse the meal, they're not really hungry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Boteo, if you join me, please. And our good friend, Eric Menchaca. Mr. Menchaca, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council, and distinguished guests, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak during this meeting. My name is Eric. I'm from the We Love You Foundation. The We Love You Foundation was established in 2001 by the chairwoman, Zhang Gyeojia. The We Love You Foundation performs humanitarian services with the heart of a mother regarding the world as one family. We were approved for an association with the UN in 2018. The UN has recently placed sustainable development goals, such as ending world hunger, gender equality, and good health. So the We Love You Foundation has made the UN Sustainable Development Goals the priority when carrying out our volunteer services. So far, the volunteers of the We Love You Foundation have been able to receive the President's Call to Service Award several times. Also, we received an award from Queen Elizabeth and also the Green Apple Award for environmental health. Recently, we've been working with the city of San Bernardino. The We Love You Foundation has been making efforts for the San Bernardino County for about 4 years now. We have carried out several volunteer services in the city of Fontana, Rialto, Colton, and recently even here in this city. 2 weeks ago, we were able to collaborate with Livestream, and through the efforts of the volunteers, we were able to host the largest blood drive ever in the Inland Empire. Over 700 pints of blood were collected, and being that 1 pint can be used to save up to 3 lives, this means that about 2,100 lives were saved through this blood drive. This could not have been achieved without the help and support of our city servants such as Jackie Aboud and Juan Figueroa. As you know, it's not easy to get 100 people to work together for one task. It is also not a light thing to donate one's own blood. I want to take this moment too to thank each and every single one of our We Love You Foundation volunteers that became a good Samaritan to help their neighbors in need. When Jackie invited us to speak at this meeting, I was excited to come. This is the exact type of collaboration that we need to be doing in order to help our city. Without people like Jackie, our organization would have a hard time to be able to help and carry out the UN SDGs. Actually, the presence of city officials at our event make the atmosphere much more lively. When we tell our volunteers that city officials are coming, their faces brighten up as well as if a superhero was coming. So I cannot express to you enough how important your help and support and even recognition is to our volunteers and our organization. Currently, we are in communication with the city of Colton to plan our next big volunteer service. And now at this very moment, I would like to extend the hand of our volunteers to the city of San Bernardino as well. If there is any need for volunteers in this city, we would love to be the people that you reach out to.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Our volunteers are present, as you can see, with the bright
Would you
yellow
please
shirts.
stand? Thank you.
And
Thank
then
you very much.
our volunteers have one thing to tell you. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We love you.
We love you. We love you. Wow. Thank you so much. We hope to work with you in the future.
Thank you.
Can we
All
give
right.
one special gift to
Very
Jackie
good.
and Juan Figueroa?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Mr. Bateo, followed by Mr. Newman. Mr. Newman. Mr. Newman. Dr. Newman, would you join me, please? Thank you, sir. Mr. Bateo.
Honorable Mayor, Common Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight on a very important issue in the First Ward. It's an appeal by the Buena family market to extend or to change their license from a 20 to a 21 to expand their business. This is an economic development issue. They have created over 10 jobs for local residents. They have a meat counter and a pizza parlor, and those are owned by local residents. So they partner. There's an entrepreneurial spirit, and I think it's a great thing. So I would hope that this council would look at this and make a sound decision based on economic development. Also, in the next few months, the Mount Vernon Bridge is going down, and it's expected to be down for 18 to 24 months. So the whole Mount Vernon business corridor will be impacted. There'll be a 7-mile detour, and businesses will be struggling. So I think it's important for the council to remember that. Also, I want to talk to my council member directly, Council Member Sanchez. I have been impressed by your leadership skills on this dais. You have led, sir, very responsibly on major city issues, citywide issues. So tonight, I ask you to fight for the neighborhood, to fight for the local businessman who has created jobs, and that's part of your agenda. And I know that because you've said it many times. So I would hope that you would take those leadership skills that, quite frankly, sir, I was surprised, but I'm pleasantly surprised. And if you take those skills and lead tonight on this dais to make this happen for a business that has been here since the struggle of 08 and now is trying to recover and trying to do the best thing, not only for the family, the Singh family, but also for our community. So respectfully, I ask you for your support and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ojeda. Mr. Ojeda, welcome, sir. Join me at the podium and turn off your mic. Dr. Newman, it's so great to see you, sir. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm going to read initially.
I'm sorry, Dr. Newman. Just give me a second. We're going to clear the clock for you. Give you your full 3 minutes. There you are, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Isaiah chapter 10, verses 1 and 2. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievous which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from justice and judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. I would like to thank City Council and the Mayor for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'd actually like to honor Jackie Abood, Queen for a Day. She actually did resolve the issue for which I addressed City Council last month. And now I'm addressing City Council about the initial citation, which was illegitimate, that I received from the Parking Citation Center. And Jackie will resolve this for me. She actually wanted to do this when we spoke on the phone earlier this week, but I wanted to thank her publicly for what she has done on restoring confidence in this city at being responsible for its obligations. So I humbly request the return of the $54 on the erroneous citation, actually the illegal citation that I received on my for sale motorhome back in July of 2015. And I want to say that I had permission for that motorhome to be on that lot. And I want to say that John Valdivia's political sign did not have permission, and Pete Aguilar's sign did not have permission to be on that lot. I had permission. It was not obstructing visibility. It was not obstructing traffic. So I would please like to receive a check from the city as soon as possible on the refund of that erroneous citation, which I paid in protest, but I paid it on time back in September of 2015. You know the history. I addressed that last time I was here. Thank you.
Thank you.
God
Thank
bless.
you, Dr. Newman. Mr. Ojeda, you had a great event this weekend. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the general public, all the people that attended the event. Also, you, Mr. Mayor, and the council member that have the opportunity to attend, as well as staff. And, you know, I'm the first one to criticize, and sometimes people, you know, say that I need to tone it down. And sometimes I do, but, you know, I'm quick to criticize, but also I'm quick to praise when you guys are doing a good job. And through the process, it was challenging, I'll be honest, because it's very involved. You know, it's a lot of paperwork. A lot of people think that it's just, oh, yeah, he just had an event and that's it. No, it took me like 3 months walking around and trying to, gather all the permits. But earlier, I heard some people just kind of like seeing all the small little thing that is wrong with the city, and I agree. But I'm going to tell you guys something. That day, I have like 3 different business owners from other cities. They just came to check it out. That's what they told me. They said, you know what? We heard about this, and we knew that it was going to be bad. See, they knew that it was going to be bad, but they were pleasantly surprised, and they're now thinking of establishing themselves in the city. They're thinking about opening a new business in the city. So you see the difference, what a SV Food Fest can do? It can create this positive environment. So the police was riding around, the people was having a good time. So, and there were some shortcomings because we're not event organizers, we're not experts, we're learning as we go. But all my volunteers, they were very happy. I want to tell you guys that I walked for 12 hours. I got here at the Court Square at 1 o'clock, and I left at 1 o'clock in the morning, making sure that everything was good. So, and I just want to say that, yes, we're going to be doing it every week, Mr. Mayor, because it's bringing positive change to our city, and other cities wanted to emulate, because I heard that Fontana is going to have their taco vending or something. So, well, that's good. I hope that they can do better than we do. I doubt it, because we have the perfect venue. So I want to thank everyone for the help. And just, you know what? I wish that everybody come and join us next Saturday, because we're going to have live music. We're going to have entertainment. We're going to have clowns for the kids, and it's going to be fun again. So if you guys have the opportunity to come and join us, please do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Ojeda, we all wore extra deodorant. It was super hot. It was great, though, and it was a great event. And my family was there, my kids, and we enjoyed it. So congratulations to your team. Our next speaker, Joe Devlin. Joe Devlin. Mr. Devlin, welcome. And Mr. Eilenberg. Mr. Eilenberg, would you join me here, please? Thank you, sir. Hi, Joe.
Hi, good evening,
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you very much. Joe Devlin here on behalf of Iconic Farms. Item number 16, we recognize that your continued hard work on all of the cannabis framework that is needed to manage and regulate this industry. We're here to say thank you. We recently received our final plan check comments, so we hope to be under construction in our facility in the next 2 weeks. We'll be hiring at least 20 new people with a beginning wage of at least $18 an hour. And we're here to say thank you for all of your hard work on this policy issue, and we're happy to be a member of the community. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Devlin, short and sweet.
That's how we like it. Big crowd.
It's great to see you. I saw you in Sacramento, and it's great to see you again.
It's good to see you again, sir, and as well. And we're really happy to be part of this community and to be bringing jobs here. So
Very good.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Eilenberg. Mr. Eilenberg, followed by Mr. Kim around. Mr. Kim, join me at the podium. Mr. Eilenberg, welcome.
Hi, Ben Eilenberg. I'm here also on number 16. Frankly, it seems like the city wants yet another lawsuit, so let's get into it. I actually gave a courtesy copy to the Best and Krieger attorney who was here earlier, just so that she could review it and advise you before deciding whether to move forward with 16. And this is specifically the issue of removing the non-conforming residential from the city municipal code and the setback. I warned you back when you put this item back on the November 2018 ballot that what you were doing was locking yourself in place and that you wouldn't be able to change things if you did this via voter initiative because the California Constitution says you can't. You ignored me then. You brought this issue up back in March originally. This was from Councilman Nickel. I warned you again. You passed it anyway, and then you came back and said, no, we didn't actually pass it. We were just instructing staff. Now you're here to vote on it again tonight. The lawsuit will get filed tomorrow if you pass it with that stuff involved. Just understand, when there is a voter-approved initiative, you're not allowed to amend it. And because you guys put it on the ballot, you can't amend it. Now, the interesting thing is, besides the legal aspect, there's also a very interesting political aspect to this. And the interesting thing is that this only affects one applicant out there, and that applicant is AMPM Management, a group who is currently being alleged to have been involved in pay-for-play with the former mayor, the former city manager, a group who claims the head of that group smokes pot with former Captain Richard Lawhead of the San Bernardino PD, claims to have Councilman Nickel on his speed dial and calls him all the time, apparently. So why would we give this to only one person, an out-of-town group, who has all this interesting, dirty stuff about them as a gift and overrule what we put to the voters and what the voters voted in? It doesn't smell good, and frankly, it's also illegal, even without all that. So I'm just trying to keep you guys out of yet another lawsuit. I know we're hiring another law firm for the city tonight. I recognize we need to give them work. I'd suggest that there's better work for them to do than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eilenberg. Shirley Harlan. Ms. Harlan, if you join me, please, and turn off your mic. Mr. Kim, welcome. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable City Council, everyone here. I also want to talk about not specifically that item, but cannabis license in general. Well, first of all, I want to say that one thing. I disagree with a lot of the people here about you all making decisions, and they act like, you guys do this full time and make a lot of money like, big city council people do. I know that this is, you guys don't make a lot of, barely pocket money, and don't do this full time. So you have to rely on city employee most of the time. So I totally understand that. If and ever that changes, then it becomes your full-time job. You should get a lot, bigger paycheck, and you should be more responsible for it. But until then, I don't blame you guys for what's going on majority of the time. But at the same time, I totally understand about the retail aspect of cannabis. You don't want that. The median income of the city is so small. There are so many illegal shops in San Bernardino. Our building was, our vacant building was vandalized a few times, actually. It's still being vandalized. Twice I waited over 5 hours for police to come. Never showed. Twice. So obviously we were on the back, a lot of emergencies probably happen, and I totally understand that. So that's how short, your staff is, especially the police department, the fire department. And on top of that, you're trying to cut pay of your employees, then you're going to get very little knowledge employees. So it makes it even worse. So my suggestion is stick to your 5 and 5 on the retail, but at the same time, people like us, we don't care what license we get. I even emailed the majority of you guys, the city council, change our license. Give us one of those manufacturing licenses instead, so we can bring in the revenue to the city from from the other cities. But no, I'm being told that we can't do that. I don't understand any of this. It just boggles my mind, And now there's going to be another lawsuit. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Our next speaker is Ms. Harlan. Ms. Harlan, welcome.
I just have about 3 points. I want to introduce you to Bobby. He's from Scotland, but it's to remind you that there are many of us who want to continue to have the animal shelter here. And he's a replica of a large monument in Scotland, but that's what he's here for. So please accept him. I'm talking on number 27. I do not understand why page 101 was marked yellow. Maybe you could let us and the public understand why is that marked like this. It's the only page on that is marked like that, and it's not clear why. You know, when I read 27, my immediate feeling was if this was a family and I was the child, I would feel very abused if I had been sitting at a table and all those lists of things and that I was told were wrong and that I shouldn't do, and there was a whole list of them. That's how I felt after reading 27. I did not see any team spirit there. And one of the things that would help the meeting is you have Rosenberg's Robert's Rules of Order that you follow. And I think I didn't see any of that mentioned in any of this of how you could build team spirit and have meetings go forward with Robert's Rules of Order. You use Rosenberg's, but that is Robert's Rules of Order in a 7-page minimum form, so that when small groups of 12 or less meet, they have an understanding of the leadership and their roles and how they can move their meetings forward. So I urge you to take another look at that and see how you can put things that would move your meeting forward, not keep condemning all the bad things that possibly we could all do and making fines and that kind of thing. So I was very disappointed at that. Do you have an answer on why this is yellow so I can understand this a little better?
That section of the code is what the LRC was referring to in their recommendation. So that was why it was highlighted, just for a reference.
Yeah, disorderly, disruptive, everything negative when I read number 27. I didn't see very many positive things in it. And I think I'm very encouraged by the young people that I've heard speak. And I know there are many things that are good happening, but we're not developing a better team spirit among the council.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Harlan.
All right.
We appreciate you and your
Wait,
comments.
you're cutting me off 3 or 4 seconds.
Well,
that's not fair.
I understand. Time is up, though, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We will go to our consent calendar.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Ms.
just
Hannah.
need to let you know that on items 10 and 11, the reso numbers are wrong.
Item number 10 and 11.
So for item 10, reso number is 2019-188, and item 11, it's 2019-189.
I'm sorry, repeat number 10, 2019 dash what?
188,
Okay.
and then item 11 is 189. And we've already
2019 dash 189.
and we've made the changes to the resolutions that'll be signed.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah.
Mayor?
Ms. Ibarra, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Just a quick message from one of our city constituents that wasn't able to make it out today. He just said, Mayor, council, good people. Yes, that is Robert Porter. He said, I asked for compromise, historic focus, and more art, fun, and cannabis in San Bernardino. I love San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. We will pull, I have some administrative polls. Ms. Ledoux, item number 16 will be pulled and heard on a separate matter. And City Manager, do you have any items to be pulled, or City Admin?
No.
Very good. Item, we'll pull our consent. Mr. Sanchez.
No items pulled.
Very good. Ms. Ibarra.
I'd like to pull item 10, 11, 13, 14, and I have a couple questions on number 19 and 22. If I can ask questions right now,
Thank
or
you.
should I wait?
No, we'll just wait.
Okay.
Mr. Figueroa.
I wanted to discuss 16, but
That's been pulled, and we'll discuss it. So noted, sir. Any others, Mr. Figueroa?
Did
Hold on.
13 get pulled?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that yours?
No, it isn't.
Okay, Mr. Figueroa, are there any more that you would like to be pulled?
No.
Very good. Mr. Charette,
I'd like to pull number 9 just for a comment.
number 9 to be pulled by Mr. Charette. Any others, Mr. Charette?
No.
Okay, very good. Mr. Nickel.
Item 12.
Item
Just I have a
number
quick
12
question.
on question. Ms. Richard? any
None
items?
tonight.
None
Thank you.
tonight, all right. And Mr. Mulvihill?
Now, item 13's been pulled.
Yes, sir.
Pull item 14.
Yes, it's been pulled.
Item 23.
Yes, sir, okay.
Item 27. And item 28.
All right, thank you, sir. Motion for the balance. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ledoux.
If I may, Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 27 and put it under staff reports. That actually takes some action on
Very
your part.
good. So we'll remove that from consent, pulling it to staff reports.
Move the
noted.
balance.
Move the balance by Mr. Nickel. Our computers are not operating tonight, so we'll make an oral record of it. We have a motion by Mr. Nickel. Is there a second?
Second.
By Mr. Mulvihill. If there are no objections on the consent calendar, on the balance, it is so ordered. Very good. Ms. Hannah, I just want to make sure you're okay on that. Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Item number 10, well, let's see here. Let's go in order. Number 9 was pulled by Mr. Charette. Mr. Charette, number 9.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a comment, and I support this item. We're going for an $8.5 million grant to redo Second Lake Park, which I think is something that we definitely should be doing. As far as I'm concerned, that's should be one of the premier parks in this community. It's downtown, and I do support this. But I'd just like to remind everybody here and give a little credit to the municipal water department on Hayes Park at 9th and E Street. That was one that we went out and got a $5 million grant and were awarded with it, and they gave us the money, and we said, oops, we don't know what to do with it, because we don't think we can build it. We can build it for the $5 million, but what are we going to do about maintaining it? We came to an agreement with, again, the names have changed, but Valley Municipal, is that who they are nowadays? Valley Municipal, and they graciously took that over because it was kind of in their sphere of influence, and they have shown interest, at least to me, that they'd like to turn the responsibility back to us at some point in time. My recollection is that we did that in perpetuity, and they agreed to it, and I don't know that we have a real obligation to take it back, but it is indeed in our sphere, and it is a city park, and we should at least recognize that the Valley Municipal is doing the maintenance and taking care of that $5 million asset that we are benefiting from. And I certainly want to caution that we don't want to be able to raise $8.5 million through a grant, a well-deserved grant for a well-deserved park, and then be in the same situation and not be able to plan for maintenance on that. So I just think it's important that that be said.
Thank you.
I do support the item, and I'll move the item unless anyone else wanted to make any
Thank you,
comments.
Mr. Charette. Item on the move by Mr. Charette. Is there a second?
second the item.
Second by Mr. Sanchez with a comment by Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, just quickly, I got quite a bit of comment from constituents, generally supportive. I think we realize that this is a signature park in our downtown. We need to revitalize it. I think a lot of the comments I received were very similar in nature. How are we going to cover the cost of maintenance? Our general fund is has some serious challenges. And so, again, it was reiterated that we should be looking at the potential of perhaps developing some of those northern parcels that are part of the park property. So I just want to reiterate, I did go on the record on June 5th. Again, a number of constituents called me and strongly recommended that we look at that very seriously. Should we be successful in this grant, that we don't tie up those parcels. as part of this grant, because we are obligating ourselves for 30 years. And also looking at some, I know there was an urban forestry grant, there's some placemaking grants, there's some other grants, but really I think making some significant investments in the public component of that park should we potentially develop other portions of it to really make it that signature park that I think the community deserves and would attract the kind of development that I think we're going to need downtown to revitalize downtown. But I do support this item. I'll vote in favor of it, and I appreciate staff bringing this to our attention, doing the good work you're doing.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. And we have our first and second motion and approval. All right, if there's no objections, seeing none, it's so ordered. Thank you. Item number 9. It's been approved. Item number 10 by Ms. Ibarra. This is access improvements to the restrooms at 201 Northeast Street. Ms. Ibarra.
I wanted to table this item unless staff can tell me if there were, how many complaints have there been about ADA? I know I've heard about 2 that come to council meetings for the restroom, and we're relocating. I just want to see what the purpose is for. This is the restrooms, right?
Yes.
Make them ADA compliant?
I'm sorry?
To make them ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay, but how many complaints have we received on that? Can you give us more information?
I'm not aware of any complaint that's been received on this. I think we had some, but I don't know how many.
It's more of a requirement that we have ADA improvements than it is about the complaints. That's why we're doing this.
So even though we're not utilizing this building for council meetings moving forward, we'll still have to do it?
That's correct. We won't be for council meetings, but we still have, folks coming in to get permits, and we have folks using this room for the boardroom, so we will have public access to the building.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Move for approval by Mr. Charette with a second by
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Sanchez. All right. Are there any comments?
Yeah, just another comment, constituents. Again, I think there are concerns about this building. A lot of constituents are expressing concern that we do need to look seriously at our long-term facility plan, where we're going to end up. More than $90,000 per bathroom. I mean, I'll be interested to see what those bathrooms look like after $90,000 per bathroom. That's a lot of money for a city that's really struggling. It was asked, why aren't we looking at potential other buildings? I know we had this discussion. I know we are. People keep saying, well, there's a Lowe's building. I mean, we've got all these vacant buildings. Well, why aren't we looking at perhaps negotiating something with one of these sites that could potentially provide plenty of space at perhaps lower cost? But either way, I wanted to express those concerns of constituents and just reiterate to staff, please, let's see if we can't find an alternative facility. Lowe's building, I don't care which building it is. I know school district bought the former Sun building, got a great deal on it. It's a beautiful building. It's a great facility, and the school district is really happy with it. And I just wish we could be that smart. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any more discussion points? If not, and there's no objections, seeing none, it is so ordered and moved. Item number 11, pulled by Councilmember Barra, access improvements to entrance doors. It's almost the same thing, but Ms. Ibarra, you pulled it. Ms. Ibarra?
Correct. I pulled it for the same reason. We're spending money on making a building ADA compliant where we clearly have not had a lot of complaints yet. And I think this is not an urgent matter. And I'll point out that the last meeting I did ask that we bring to discussion the firework ordinances and the animal shelter updates, and those were not added onto this agenda. So, I was told those weren't urgent matters, yet we're putting this onto the agenda. So this is where I'm having the problem, that our priorities are not properly made in the city. That's all.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, I'd like to seek legal counsel on this. So if you can give us a short description of the ADA, the American with Disabilities Act's requirements for municipalities to be in compliance for accessibility, because we want to make sure that not only is the council briefed here, but that the public is aware of why this is being spent. So you have some legal advice you can give us on this,
Yeah,
correct?
I mean, I can, in sort of layperson way, summarize for you. Public facilities must be accessible to the disabled, whether those facilities are going to be used on a temporary or permanent basis. We provide public services out of this building. That's the reality, and it must be accessible. It is a strict liability claim, so if someone makes the claim, there's liability for the city.
So there are some cases maybe where the city may be liable for tens of thousands of dollars if there's some sort of grievance that's made against the city, potentially?
Yes, I mean, the city has a responsibility to survey its public property and to identify where improvements are needed. And there's at least an ability to raise a defense if you have properly followed those rules. But if you are aware of a public facility that is not accessible to the disabled, you have a responsibility to make it accessible.
Okay. All right, so I move to approve.
All right. There's a move for approval by Mr. Sanchez with a second by Mr. Charette. Mr. Nickel.
Now, this building, the public has access to which floors? All three floors?
Yes.
Now, we're improving the bathrooms on just the third floor.
Yes, because the bathrooms in the second floor is already meet.
So the other bathrooms meet the requirement. This is the only one that
This
doesn't.
is the only floor that doesn't meet it, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion for approval as second, and if there's no discussion, more discussion, no objections, seeing none, it's so ordered. Item number 12, pulled by Councilman Nickel, authorize acceptance of Office of Traffic Safety Grant. Mr. Nickel.
Now, I know this is a grant that we bring forward, I think it's, every year?
Yes.
I think we go through this every year. I think the comments I got from constituents is, since we've been getting this grant, are we seeing the decreases that the grant more or less obligates us to, or, anticipates?
The grant doesn't obligate us to demonstrate that there is a decrease in DUI-related incidents. It does require us to go out there and to do enforcement for DUI and driver's license checkpoints and such to make an effort to make it decrease. I don't have any statistics before me to show how many we've had over the previous years and whether or not it's been declined.
Yeah, I think
but that's
page
not a requirement for the
294, the performance measures the goals, and it does cite reduced number of persons killed, injured, on and on and on.
Right.
Are we meeting those performance goals, or what might we be thinking about if we?
Our success in obtaining the grant year after year is that we have demonstrated that we are doing the enforcement necessary.
Okay.
That we are doing all the. There's a tremendous amount of reporting requirements that are associated with the grant that we have to adhere to, and we submit all those. We meet the performance requirements for that grant, and therefore we are successful in again obtaining that grant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll go ahead and support this then.
Move for approval?
I'll move it.
Second. Thank you, and a second by Mr. Sanchez. All right, any questions, discussion points? All right, members. If there are no objections, seeing none, it's so ordered and moved. Item number 13, two council members. Councilmember Mulvihill, sir.
Yeah, I don't support this contract. I'm looking for some long-term stability, and the contract here is for 18 months at max. One of our problems historically going into bankruptcy is that there was really very little continuity. We had turnovers of 5, half dozen city managers, finance directors, and so forth. In addition to that, I think it's for the public's benefit to have some transparency in terms of selecting the search for a new city manager, and that it be open to the public, and that it be done in a formal manner. And basically, that's my concerns.
Thank you, sir. The items that were, the members that pulled it were item Mr. Mulvihill, Ms. Ibarra, you pulled it also. Ms. Ibarra?
Yes, so I will mention what a lot of the constituents have been saying out there. there was a memo that certain staff received, and it said that they either take a 25% pay cut or be laid off. I questioned this memo back in May. I never got a response. And we recently cut the salaries for three of our elected officials, resulting in them getting paid less than their subordinates. We also, at one of the budget presentations, we showed that 24 full-time employees would be affected and 18 part-time employees would be laid off. Even though this was denied to us at the publicly, that's what was at the PowerPoint presentation. Also, we have had a lot of issues in our city of potholes not being fixed, streets not getting fixed, street lights being out, and we're being told that there's no money to fix our city. It's just unacceptable, that we tell people there's no money, sorry, we can't get to it. But here we are offering a higher salary, a promotion that, frankly, right now, when we made those cuts, budget cuts, are not fiscally being responsible on our behalf to be approving at this time. And I would support my colleague on doing a search for a candidate that's going to be here longer term as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Mr. Charette.
Thank you. I, too, unfortunately, am not going to support this item, and I'd like to publicly make a comment that this has nothing to do with Ms. Ledoux's competence. She came here 17 months ago. This is really a financial thing, and it's a kind of an opportunity, I think, to just kind of put the brakes on here from cost and have some cost containment. Ms. Ledoux has been working diligently as the acting city manager and was assistant city manager. She came to San Bernardino and up until then had been assistant to the city manager in 2 other cities, but was not actually an assistant manager, but an assistant to the city manager. There is a slight distinction there. I know that Ms. Ledoux is interested in retiring soon, and I support that. And this is not an easy decision for me to make, to not support this, but it's really all about finances. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we keep Ms. Ledoux, assuming she's willing, on as acting city manager at the present salary, which is a significant amount. I believe it's $210,000 plus plus benefits. She's interested in retiring within the next 18 months. And essentially the contract that they're talking about is a 2-month to 2-month contract, because either party can end it with a 2-month notice. And this increases retirement. I don't blame anyone for wanting to increase their retirement, but that is a legacy cost that the city of San Bernardino is facing on an ongoing basis. And I just want to kind of put the brakes on it and stop the bleeding. And I'd like to make a substitute motion that we ask Ms. Ledoux to stay on as acting city manager at her present salary, and that we immediately go out for or make arrangements to hire a headhunter consulting firm to do a national search for this position. And at that time, if we're successful in hiring a city manager, as was said earlier, that we can get maybe more longevity out of, more consistency, like a 5-year contract like we hoped we had with Ms. Miller, and that didn't work out, but we thought we were on track to have some real consistency with a long-term contract. That's what I'd like to see, and that is why I will not be supporting this in the condition or the way it is, and I would like to move that
substitute motion.
I'm going to second.
Mayor, pardon me, but if
gonna
I
s-
just may make a point of clarification, was there a motion made? I checked with the city clerk. You're making a substitute motion? I don't believe there was a motion on the floor.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
I guess my assumption is that somebody is making a motion on.
No one has made the motion
Okay.
yet.
Then you're going to make.
Made a motion.
So what is this the main motion then, Fred?
Then I'd like to make that the main motion, not a substitute motion,
And I'll
yes.
second that.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve the contract with the city manager.
As is.
As is.
Is there a second to the substitute motion by Mr. Sanchez?
I'll second, and I have some comments as well.
Mr. Figueroa with the second on the substitute by Mr. Sanchez.
And then once again, Mayor, once you reach the point where you may want to take a vote on that motion, I am required under the government code to make a statement.
Sure. Mr. Figueroa?
Okay. Institutional memory and experience is critical in moving this city forward. I think that the current, Ms. Ledoux, you have that memory and experience. Just for clarification through to the city attorney, are we voting on a contract or on who is the city
The item
manager?
before you is the city manager employment agreement, in which it identifies Ms. Ledoux as the city manager under the terms stated in the agreement.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, and I think we need to be very cautious in terms of how we proceed tonight. I understand the concerns that have been expressed by my colleagues, but I also understand that we need stability. We need somebody in this position that can give us the time we need to conduct our executive search. And I think we couldn't ask for a better agreement or a better candidate than what we have before us tonight. The reality is, if we were to keep Ms. Ledoux on as an acting city manager, I would not blame her for wanting to go on elsewhere to wrap up her career. This is a tough town to be a city manager in. And I've been through a number of city managers. I've seen the difficulty that they have. This is a tough town. It's a tough community. This is a tough council. We have a tough culture here. And it takes somebody with experience and with the commitment that I think Ms. Ledoux brings. She came back to this city. She has experience. She understands this town. And what has really, I think, sealed the deal for me is she cares. She was at our event on Saturday. She's been at community events. That's refreshing. It was really a chore to get our prior city managers to take that time and really show that commitment and demonstrate to this community that we finally have somebody that is truly committed to doing the work that needs to be done. And I think we get the best of both worlds with Ms. Ledoux. I do agree we need to go out with an executive search. I would strongly recommend and advise and request this evening that we bring an item back to the council ASAP to begin the process of moving forward with the process of an executive search. That takes time, folks. It takes quite a bit of time. And we need continuity and stability during that period of time it's going to take us to conduct a search and a recruitment for a quality candidate.
Would you like to add that to the
Yes,
motion?
I will add that to the motion, that we bring back an executive search item so that we can begin that process. Just so you know, folks, there's no severance in this agreement. It's going to cost us at least $260. If Ms. Ledoux were to leave tomorrow as acting city manager, we'd have to hire somebody in her place, and I guarantee you, you're going to have a difficult, if not impossible, time finding somebody that's willing to do it for what Ms. Ledoux has agreed to do it for.
Mr. Nickel, you bring up very, very good points. My only concern is that if this, and we'll seek legal counsel, the caveat with a coming back, we've heard your request, we understand that, but tonight the issue is we'd like to get this number 13 on the floor as is. We can always honor your request to bring back that item.
That's all I'm asking. I'm just requesting.
Okay. All right.
I'm just making that request.
So we can make this process simple, and then next council meeting we can entertain and put it on the council agenda calendar for discussion and direction as to how we
That's
want to
fine,
proceed
that's
for
fine.
executive
But
search.
I do believe that
We hear
this
you, sir.
is the best alternative that we have, and we couldn't have asked for a better alternative than what's before us tonight. So if there is, I will strongly support the floor motion, or the substitute motion, and let's move forward
Very
on this
good.
item.
All right, so the substitute motion made by Mr. Sanchez to approve the floor motion on number 13, seconded by Councilman Nickel, and we will,
I need to read
I'm
something.
sorry, who was it?
I need to make a
John,
statement before you take a vote.
Just a minute, Ms. Richard. Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
In accordance with Government Code Section 54953, Section C3, the City Council is required to orally report a summary of recommendations for a final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. Item 13 proposes to adopt an agreement setting the base salary of the city manager at $259,674 with increases thereafter only if there are increases to the police chief's salary, and to set all other benefits and compensation at the same level as those offered to non-sworn executive managers under the San Bernardino Confidential Management Association. The agreement provides for no-cause termination upon 60 days' notice with no severance.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Ms. Richard.
Yes, thank you. Terry, I just want to say that I believe in you. I see your passion for our city. I've been sitting in the seat for a little over 3 years, and I've been through 3 city managers. You're coming on as the third. You're local, and you care about our city. You know what our city has gone through. And so Henry said a lot of what I wanted to say. You're coming, and you're coming without a severance package. And what more can we ask for? We've paid 2 severance packages in since I've been here, and I appreciate you. You decided that you did not want that, and you did not want that because what you do is you care, and you're concerned about our city, and I think that's true character, as something that we need to look into for the next person that we decide to hire. So I truly support this, and I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor?
very good. Yes, Ms. Barra?
Okay, in that case, I'd like to make some changes if possible on the agreement. But first, I want to know from our Chief Assistant City Attorney, you prepared this item before us. Fiscal impact, it says, no, the cost of salary and benefits for the city manager are included in the 1920 fiscal year budget. Can you elaborate more on how it was included when we just recently made cuts?
My understanding is that the budget included a salary for the city manager. The increases in the way that you process increases are often tracked at the highest salary, which would then be the police chief, and because of compaction issues, you have an increase. So in talking with the finance staff, that's my understanding, is that the money was already budgeted for this purpose.
So when the cuts were proposed, it was bearing in mind that we were going to have a city manager and then get the 3.5% increase?
No, you're correct. We budgeted on what Andrea's salary would have been, which was very close to this, plus I think a 2% raise, because that was what her contract required. So the dollars amounts might be a little bit more, a little bit less. I'd have to do the math, but we do have the money within the city manager's budget.
Okay, and just for the sake of all the employees, previous and former, they are not comfortable with this raise. I mean, I don't know if my colleagues are okay with keeping the same salary. And then, of course, August 1st, you'll get your increase. Also, on the performance evaluation, page 314, instead of doing at least once annual job performance, since this is only for 18 months, I'm asking if we can do a 3-month, 6-month, and then the annual performance. And I don't know if it's, I'll seek legal counsel on the termination terms, page 316. Instead of doing the 60 days, we do a 30 days written notice to the employee, or vice versa, that the employee give us a 30-day notice.
Well, you have on the floor a substitute motion to adopt the agreement as is. You would have to ask your colleagues if they'd be agreeable to those changes.
Would any of my colleagues be okay with those changes? Well,
I would like to take the vote on the floor motion,
I want to do an alternate,
on the substitute motion.
and I'll do an alternate substitute motion, if I can get a second.
So, point of order. So if the alternate motion fails, then we go back to the substitute motion?
Correct. Okay, Ms. Ibarra, would you like to specifically enunciate your motion on the alternate motion?
Okay.
Just so that you know, unless the other members of the council desire, we've taken notes, including things such as the salary reduction, notice of 30 days for termination versus 60,
And the performance evaluation.
and
as well.
performance evaluation at 3 months versus 6 months.
No, she wants it 30, or what is it, 60,
The
90,
third month, the
120?
6th month, and then the year.
Okay.
I think that,
Can I get an explanation why 30 days instead of 60 days? I think that actually creates a much more unstable situation for us. I think 60 days, what I've been hearing from the community consistently was a 2-month agreement. That's essentially what the 60-day notice does. Would you respectfully reconsider that, make that 60 days? I think it just does throw a lot of instability potentially into the process. 30 days is a very short period of time.
If you will support me then on making the other.
I will
approaches and
support your
keeping the
motion if
current
you will go back
salary
to
and-
the 60 days.
Okay.
I can support this.
And I want to clarify, that's keeping her current salary?
Correct.
at what, Ms. Ibarra? At 210?
If that's the current rate. I mean, we haven't even seen the 2018 salary,
The
so.
current salary?
Yeah.
The current
No,
salary.
I believe that the current salary of the city manager, as was budgeted.
Okay, motion maker, Ms. Ibarra.
I can't approve her. No, you can't have an assistant city manager serving as city manager for the same salary. That's not right.
So it seems as though we're taking a straw poll, and you're losing, but Ms. Ibarra, you suggest a 210 salary? Is that your alternate motion?
Correct. She's about to get a salary
Okay,
increase
all
in
right.
August, which is in
Okay.
about 2 weeks.
All right, let's call the
Then
roll.
I will not support.
I will not support that. But let's take a roll call on this with a verbal enunciation in the
No.
microphone.
No.
Councilman Sanchez, no. Ms. Ibarra?
On my motion, yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
No.
Mr. Charette?
Yes, I supported it with a second.
Mr. Nickel?
No.
Ms. Richard?
No.
Mr. Mulvihill?
No.
And the mayor votes no. The substitute motion prevails, and Mr. Sanchez, would you please once again reaffirm your motion on the substitute?
My
So
motion
for
is to adopt the, what's the verbiage? My motion is to adopt the contract as is, as presented to the city council.
Very good, and it's affirmed by, on a second? Very good, Mr. Figueroa. We'll do a roll call on that, please. Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Hannah? Ms. Hannah, I'm entitled to a vote, and I'll be voting yes on it.
Yeah, this action requires action of 5. Okay.
The motion passes, and we welcome our city manager. Moving on to item number 14. Item number 14 pulled by Ms. Sabara. Ms. Sabara, item number 14 is professional services to Z&K Consultants for staff augmentation services.
Sure. On this one, I would just like to bring down the amount from 250,000 to 150,000. And if needed, we can increase depending on the hours that they're putting in.
Mr. Kishta, can you provide some background and provide some, we understand Ms. Sabara's request, we appreciate it. Provide us some narrative here on the context of this item, and why is this useful for your Public Works team?
This item is brought to you in the engineering department. We lost a few engineers due to other cities paying more than the city of San Bernardino, so they departed to another city. And some of the projects that we have in the books, for example, State Street Extension, the Mount Vernon Bridge, it required an engineer that have a very knowledgeable and have to be a registered civil engineer in the state of California and have experience with federal projects. The candidate that we choose and we are recommending to be hired is capable. He had experience, extensive experience in this field, and the most important thing, have experience with the federal projects and the paperwork that goes into this, because there's tremendous amount of paperwork that we have to file to get reimbursed for his services and for whatever design or construction that we're going to be having. So it triggered that is we have to do staff augmentation, so we send a request for proposal to all the consultants that we have in our record. We received 8 proposals, and we evaluated them. We interviewed the 8 firms, and the committee that is created by Public Works did choose this candidate to be the engineer staff.
Okay, and just something that was brought to my attention, this same person has worked with 3 different consulting firms already, or?
That's correct.
Is there any reason our city's not hiring him since they keep giving him contracts?
He doesn't want to be a city employee. He wants to be working for a consultant, making more money, I believe.
Exactly, that's the point. He's making more money as a consultant, whereas he could be a city employee and be stable with the city. Instead, we keep hiring him no matter what consulting firm he works for.
Unfortunately, at this time, in the engineering budget, there isn't any position that support that level. In that level, it will be higher than a principal engineer, which is, it's a tremendous amount of money. It's almost about the same money that he makes right now. But if a city employee will be plus benefit, plus retirement. So that is why we opted to hire a consultant, because we don't have to pay the benefit for it.
Okay, and I did my math, $120 per hour. Let's say he does work the 40 hours per week. He'll be making $4,800 per week for a total of $249,600, not even the $250,000. That's why I wanted to bring it down in case he's not working the 40 hours per week.
It's fine. We can do that. If that's
I mean, he's practically a full-time employee, making $250,000, if that's how you want to put it.
I've looked at what he made in the last year, and it was about the $149,000, not the $249,000.
Alex, if I may, I also want to remind you, it's by project. So if we didn't have any projects, he wouldn't be doing any work.
He wouldn't be doing work.
Correct. So he's not here full-time, but we're paying him as if he was working with us full-time, 40 hours a week. That's what the math came out to.
But when we're paying him by project, that project is paying him. So we don't have any projects, we don't have to use him, and then we'd be paying a full-time employee with no projects.
Mr.
otherwise.
Kishta.
Yes, sir.
Do div fees pay for this? Is there project costs associated with?
No.
They do not.
That like example, we have a project right now that is Safe Route to School that we got from the state. It was an amount of about $1.7 million. So he works in that project. We pay him and we get reimbursed from the state for his time.
So there are other project cost centers that we can bill back.
Exactly.
And get reimbursed.
Yes.
Okay. My other question might be then is, your revenues that you bring into the city, they're obviously public work project fees associated with a dig or a curb cut or whatnot.
Yes.
And so these fees generate revenue to your department.
That's correct.
And these revenues are rather self-sustaining, self-supporting to provide for these services.
That's true.
So we appreciate what is your recommendation here, Ms. Ibarra?
I was going to say bring it down to $150,000 because he's not here full-time. Unless he is, like I said, unless he is working the 40 hours per week, then the $250,000 is justifiable. But if he's not, then that is way too much money for somebody who's working part-time as a consultant, as a a consultant.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mulville.
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Now, Z and K, they have got a charge they're going to be charging us for their projects by the hour, however they're being charged on a project by project basis.
Only Mr. Sayed's time, only.
Yeah.
The 120 hour.
Now, I'm looking at this, and in terms of the lineup of the 8 potentials, I guess, that filed for this, I don't see any numbers in terms of the differences of the bids that they were making in terms of what they would be charged against. In other words, I look back at, item number 10, and, they have, the firms that are bidding, and they have the base bid and the cities that they're from and so forth. And I see here we've got the firms that are bidding, and we have the locations of these firms, but we have no monetary, what they're asking for.
Most, we usually do not include the fees for consultant services, the fees that you see in item number 10, because that's an open public bid, so we have to report that, and we have it in our website. But I'll tell you that most of the consultants that we dealt with, they're between $140 an hour and $120 being the lowest in all of them.
I guess I'm concerned because, that kind of information would enter into the decision-making in terms of just, you say that in this particular case, they're pretty even on but again, between $140 an hour and $120 an hour, that's a bit of a difference. I'd like to see that information on here to, I guess, get a better understanding of just who's bidding and what's bidding. And also, too, the fact is that we do give a local preference. There's 3 local firms there. And so I guess, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess I don't see any kind of monetary bid process.
For the other consultants.
For these, for
Yes.
all of them, actually, the Z and K, and for the rest of them as well. That might enter into my decision-making. Now, also, too, you say that the staff is recommending this particular one. What's the criteria? You say that they did the paperwork faster or something like that?
No, we are, Mr. Sayed is currently working with us as a consultant engineer. So he is familiar with our projects. Hiring somebody new, that will take me the time to train him into what we are having right now with the projects. And that is, we prefer to hire an engineer that have the knowledge of the projects that we have right now, so he can continue with it without any interruptions.
Well, if you're going to hire somebody that you're already having working, why do you go out to all these other people and sort of waste their time putting in an application for it?
We wanted to see what is out there, and Mr. Sayed decided that he wanted to apply for it, so we said, okay, that sounds good.
Again, I'd like to see more information in terms of the bidding process, and it doesn't seem as though it's really a transparent process. If you're going to hire somebody who's already working for you, it seems to me an engineer. 2 of these other firms also in San Bernardino, and I'm thinking to myself, they're probably familiar with what's going on as well. Maybe you've got different procedures, but it seems to me that a person that's got an engineering degree probably can pick up and again, they do work all over, Inland Empire, at least in Southern California. So I guess I just don't see that hiring somebody that's already working for you, giving them preference, is it's not transparent. It sounds like it's sort of in-house, and it kind of goes against why open it up if you're going to hire somebody who's already here, and you give that person the preference.
Well, the current contract for the company that we have right now is already expired in June 30, 2019. And then we have to have the city manager extended for 1 month so we can bring this item to you tonight, so for staff augmentation.
Alex, I think the question, if I'm not mistaken, is what is our purchasing process for public services or public professional services agreements? And we have to go out to bid.
Yeah. But if it's kind of I don't know what word to put on it. It just seems as though you're going to be hiring somebody who's in-house anyway, and you have to go out to bid. Does these other bidders know that?
That's a fair question. I guess I could give you an example of if Sonia, say, went to work for another law firm, but we liked Sonia, we might pick that law firm next time instead of BB&K because we like her. That's just an example I can give you.
Yeah. And again, it just seems to me it's, I don't know, I'm going to vote against this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Thank you. On packet page 322, Z&K Consultant is a local vendor. I mean, if we look and use a prism of a local vendor preference, Sir Kishta, aren't they headquartered in San Bernardino?
Yes, they have an office.
Are they headquartered on Carnegie Drive?
They do have
All right,
an office
so
on Carnegie Drive.
they
Yes.
check the box and they're local people.
They are.
All right, so we base a lot of our decision. I understand, Mr. Mulvihill and others, but this is an item that we trust Jim Slobodian and our procurement purchasing department to assist you in these decisions.
They do.
It has met the criteria for procurement and purchasing. I understand that. Now, regarding the local vendor preference, the actual credit, I had brought this up 2 meetings ago. We can't, on a state planted bids type of contract, we cannot?
Not on a public bid contract, but
Okay.
on consultants, yes, we do.
So,
we do use
so on
them.
consultants, yes.
Yes.
But not on something like this.
Not on the item before that, which is the bid for the restroom and for the doors.
Oh, got it. Okay,
So,
gotcha.
but for consultant services, we
Okay.
have a 5-point for local preference.
Got it. Okay, very good. Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, well, I do. I have presented staff with a few concerns as well. Just to be clear, Z&K is headquartered in Corona on 222-295 Jasmine Way. It's a home. The 473 Carnegie Drive is Regis Business Center. I actually have a mailbox there and a telephone receptionist, so I know the address well. The company is actually a Corona company, so that local preference doesn't quite apply. But regardless, I do share some of the concern about this particular procurement. My understanding is when has this ever come before the council, the $499,999 PO from May 22nd, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. Did that ever come before the council, Ms. City Manager?
I don't have that in front of me, so we certainly have to look, but I'm certain that it
Okay,
would.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to submit this for the record. This is a file of information that was provided to me. I do have quite a number of concerns on this item. I would requestfully put forward a substitute as a motion. Is there a motion on the floor? Well, I would like to put forward a motion that we continue this item to give staff at least until the next council to investigate some of the information that has been brought to my attention. I do have some concerns, and I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Mulvihill. We do need transparency in terms of the dollar amounts. To go back to earlier comments, we do have to be fiscally responsible, and that means weighing the relative costs and benefits of each of these potential bidders. I do appreciate staff putting the names of those bidders on the staff item, but I think it is appropriate for us to get the dollar amounts so we can make a proper judgment as to whether or not this is an appropriate agreement for our city and fiscally responsible. I will make that that motion to continue.
I just want to make a comment that as far as local vendors, there's 2 others here, infrastructure engineers and Transtech engineers are also in San Bernardino as well. And I'm, this Corona P.O. box in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Are you calling for the vote?
Yes, call for the vote.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, this is on the item to continue it to the next meeting.
I'm fine with continuing to the next council meeting.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 7-0.
Okay, item number, thank you, Mr. Kishta. Item number, we're going to skip 16. We're going to go to 19, pulled by question 15. No, it was not pulled. No problem. Item number 19, a question by Ms. Ibarra. Ms. Ibarra, question, please.
Yes, thank you. On Omnitrans, it says here that part of their agreement is to do maintenance and cleaning of the bus stops.
Yes.
Can we go back to the negotiation table with them and request that they at least clean up more often those bus stops? They are very unsanitary, very messy. It does not look slightly for our city. If you probably heard me here before talk about cleanliness in the city, it says here that they're coming out at least once per week, clean it at least once a month, and then they'll add trash receptacle as required by law. Being the city that we need, they need to come out more often to clean up those receptacles and the bus stops themselves.
I will be talking to them about that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is that a motion for approval?
Motion for approval with
Thank
that
you.
negotiation.
Thank you. Ms. Ibarra, is there a second? Second. Very good. Mr. Kishta, I work, and I'm on the Omnitrans board. I'd be happy to help you and happy to help our council. I have made it about 4 years ago in the city council office. I'm very familiar with bus stops. And there is a protocol. I've interfaced, I've learned the business on it when it comes to a bus stop, at least from that time. So I'd love to partner with you. And Terry, we need to address that. Many of these bus stops do have filth and grime and all sorts of issues. I was on the northeast corner of Tippecanoe and San Bernardino Road. I remember because I did bus stop visits with Omnitrans, we were able to install sidewalk ADA rampage there for a bus stop.
Yes.
Kids were disabled children and adults were in dirt with their wheelchairs, and we were able to. I'm very grateful to the Omnitrans staff for helping me get that pad installed. So I'll work with you, and we're here to help. And thank you, Councilmember Barr. That is very, very good comment on that. All right, there's a motion and a second. There needs to be a vote? Okay. All right, well, there's a motion and there's a second. If there's no objectors to it, seeing none, thank you, it's so ordered. Item number 22, Councilmember Ibarra. Flood control.
Is this Alex again?
Yes.
Poor Alex. My only concern on this one, it says here that we are reimbursing the county flood control.
Yes.
And that was because, according to this report, the city did not have the staff or the equipment to manage it when this. What?
Okay. Back in February with the rain,
Yeah.
the Baton Basin, it collapsed, and it started undermining. It went about 50 feet away from Victoria, which is the main entrance to the casino. So there was a need for emergency repair at that location. At the time, the county had the equipment, the staff, and the materials to do the temporary fixing. So we asked him to do that for us, and this is what the bill we're going to have to pay for that.
Okay, so right now, though, we are totally prepared if it happens again anywhere else.
Right now, we are designing not temporary, but to permanently fix the problem. So hopefully we'll do that before the day.
I hope so too, because it's costing us money.
Yes, everything is ready for that project. The only thing that we're waiting for is the other agencies' permits, because in order for us to get into the basin where there is a blue stream water, we have to have permits from the regional board. We have to have permits from Army Corps of Engineers and permits from Fish and Game. And that's take time before we get the permits. So we are at the end of it, so hopefully we'll get them soon.
Okay, that was all. That was my only concern. Thank you.
Is there a motion for approval on item number 22?
Move to approve.
Second by anybody?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Charette. If there are no objectors, item number 22, so order moved. And item number 23, it is not Councilmember Ibarra, it's Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes.
Sir.
Same issue as with the
Helen must have stepped out to the restroom. Maybe I can answer your question.
Okay. There's no cost information provided here in terms of, I'm looking at the last paragraph. The top 3 firms are all determined to be qualified by an evaluation committee. The evaluation committee included representatives from human HR, finance, police departments. The interview process provided staff the opportunity to question and discuss details contained in the submitted proposal. Of the top 3 firms, public sector personnel demonstrated the highest level of services for the city needs at a very competitive price. But, I'd like to see what the other competitive price. And the last sentence there really kind of bothers me. Although price was not the exclusive consideration, after staff thoroughly interviewed, evaluated, and rated the firms, staff determined the public sector will execute the best services. I guess, obviously, we're voting to provide services for the city. And it seems as though we're not provided with very much information in terms of, I don't question the competency of the staff to evaluate some of the finer points. But I would like to understand what the differences were in the costs. Again, I read and I stumbled over, although price was not an exclusive consideration, somehow to me that would be a big consideration, as long as, again, assuming they could do a competent job at it. But also, I don't know. I mean, there was, as you say, there was 3 top firms. I wonder what happened to the other 2. I like the more detail. What was the stumbling point of the other 2 that were in that 3 that they failed the test?
So we had a committee to evaluate and meet with the firms, and of the 3 firms, they actually came in number 2 for cost-wise. Mm-hmm. But we were able to negotiate the cost down and saved $50,000 from the original cost. As far as the evaluation, as for what they provide, the services. How they can meet our criteria of conducting a thorough classification and compensation study. This firm came out top, ahead of the 3. So really price, they weren't the highest or the lowest, but we were able to negotiate it down as well.
I guess, having looked at the other issue before with regard to cost, we're not provided with very much here. You say that, one of the 3 turned out, in your judgment, best. I guess I'd kind of like a little paragraph on, why you thought they were best. I mean, this way we're sort of, okay, I guess you're right, but I don't know, In other words, we have to make the decisions here, and it's our responsibility to make a knowledgeable decision. And in this case, we're completely relying on staff. And we got a competent staff and so forth. But I'd like to say that I knew a little bit about what you were considering, but I don't see that here.
We can certainly work on that and make sure that we include more information in these types of agreements if that helps you. But
it would. Yeah, I think it would. Okay. And also, again, you say in that whole discussion of the monetary differences between them, that's important. I mean, that's what we talk about here all the time. We spend a great deal of time talking about dollars and cents here, and so that's an important item to have on here. Why? Well, I guess now that I got you here, why was public sector personnel consultants selected over the other 2?
Again, during the evaluation process, we had a committee with 3 staff members, and when we went through the interview and the evaluation process, they were the most thorough as far as conducting classification compensation study for the city. The way they are going to execute the process, engage the employees, engage the management. I mean, it was very thorough. And of the 3, 2 of them did come out thorough, but the cost-wise, this public sector was the most competitive as far as cost. It was lower than the top 2 that as far as thoroughness. The third one that we did not select, the third one, there was no thoroughness. It was very vague as far as process. The cost was the lowest, but again, the execution of the process for the classification compensation study was not there. So the evaluation was, we critiqued it very carefully, and there
So
is.
you're using it like a point, there's a point system there.
There is. And we worked with our purchasing manager our deputy director of finance to make sure that there is a point system, and they came in at the top.
Yeah, okay. I guess had I known something more like that, I'd be a lot more comfortable with this issue. Yeah.
We'll make sure in future that that's incorporated.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a quick comment, and this is to city manager. It seems like we spend a lot of time in our meetings talking about the same things when it comes to these contracts, and if we could have just a uniform report that includes all the information on all the reports, then we wouldn't have to go back and forth if we were provided all the information. And there's a way to make it uniform, to where you answer all the questions, and if the question is not applicable, you put not applicable. But that the report looks uniform in all contracts.
That's a great idea. We'll work on that.
Okay, very good. Mr. Mulvihill moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. And if there are no objectors on item number 23, very good. So ordered and moved. Item number 27, pulled to the staff report section. Is that right, Terry? That's correct. And then so that satisfies that, Mr. Mulvihill. Item number 28, you pulled it, sir. Item number 28 is resolution rescinding good governance. Mr. Mulvihill?
The idea of rescinding operating practices for good government just runs afoul with me. We agreed to this, I should say, all the council, the city manager at the time, the city attorney, the city manager, city attorney, and it seemed to me there was somebody else in there as well as all members of the council except for one. Who was that? It was you. Oh. Yes. Was against the only one that did not sign an agreement for good government, which kind of orients me in a direction that, in this case, what we're dealing with here are simple rules that we took in 2015 that we, in fact, should probably renew rather than rescind. The mayor, for example, the mayor will build consensus on the Common Council. Yes. And implement a shared vision and plan of implementation to restore the city's fiscal integrity. And I guess, we have issues there. The mayor will establish and maintain partnerships and regional leadership roles in advance. Well, we see that there's some interns that are making a lot of contacts, but I don't see the mayor doing that, for example. The mayor will be the key face and key spokesman of the city. Well, that's what it says, and that's what the charter says. But obviously you didn't sign that, so we have a situation where we have some interns, and I guess a former chief of staff that used to show up at meetings that, in fact, the mayor should be there. In fact, I think I heard the interns saying they made a lot of contacts. Well, I think the mayor should be making those contacts. So at any rate, I think that we should be rescinding this, but in fact, this should go down as really one of the key moments in which virtually the entire council, the mayor, the city manager, city attorney came together and signed a document that brought us together. And that's what we need. We don't need a situation which we come back and because of some obsessive notion that we need to get rid of this for some reason. I don't see this. And so that's basically my issue with this.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Mr. Charette.
I have some of the same concerns. I see nothing wrong with keeping this as a supplement to the charter.
Yep.
It is a good set of rules that came out of a really tough workshop that we all worked on. As was stated, the mayor, council member at the time, was the only person that didn't sign it, and the members of the LRC, and with all due respect to them, Ms. Richard and Mr. Figueroa, they are recommending that we delete it or get rid of it, and they weren't here at that time. And again, that's just the way it is. That's not a negative or a positive about them, but they're the ones recommending that we get rid of it. And I would have a real problem with anybody that read this and said, let's get rid of it, because it is only very, very positive things that we're being asked as the Common Council, the mayor and Common Council, city attorney and city manager to do as we work together to collaborate and work for the good of the community. So I see absolutely no reason to get rid of this, and so therefore, once again, I'm going to make a substitute motion that there isn't a motion yet. Assuming there's going to be a motion, I don't support this item, and so I won't make a substitute motion. I'll make a motion that we do not rescind it and that we just keep it as it is.
Move to table?
No, that we keep it as is.
Okay. All right,
I have
move to
a
keep
question.
it. Move to keep it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Charette.
You know, actually, you make a good point. I guess if I table it, nothing happens, so I'll move to table.
Okay, good. Move to table. Mr. Charette, let's...
No more discussion if it's been tabled and seconded.
Mr. Charette.
No more discussion if
Mr.
it's been
Charette.
tabled and seconded.
Mr. Charette. Mr. Charette, Mr. Mulvihill, you're out of order. You'll just refrain and just hold on. The context on this
Point of order.
the whole context...
Point of order. There is,
Mr. Charette.
please, legal advice. There is no further discussion on
Ms.
this
City
item.
Attorney.
So if the motion's been moved to table and we have a second, you could, someone else, if they would like to continue the conversation, can make a motion to overrule. We can see if the body does that. But you do have that on the floor to table, meaning we move on to the next item.
Okay. Is there a motion to overrule for discussion?
A second.
Thank you. Mr.
You'll have to take a vote on that.
Okay, all right. So a vote to overrule the motion to table for discussion purposes. Roll call. Mr. Sanchez?
So we discussing or not discussing?
No, we're going to
This is a
discuss it
motion
if
to
you say
discuss.
yes, and we win here.
I'm fine with discussing it.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
Very good.
Can I make a comment too?
We're calling roll, ma'am. Either yes or no.
Well, I wanted to keep it too, but, so I guess that's a note for me.
You want to discuss it, so you're voting no?
I wanted to table it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
I was referred to. I'd like an opportunity to respond, but my vote would be yes.
Mr. Okay.
Yes.
I'm for good government. Yes. No.
Oh, you're confused.
Careful, Jim.
Careful, Jim.
Yes for good government.
No. Okay. All right. The yes is, so we can now
So you can
discuss it.
proceed with your conversation.
So let's discuss this. The motion on the floor is to rescind resolution number 2015-71. It's very simple, folks. This document was signed by the former mayor, city attorney, and whatnot, and you have it all in your backup material. The item was to be an interlude gap measure because there was a faulty charter, as was stated in kind of the meetings going and leading up to this. And the argument before the members was we need a side letter agreement, we need a side letter resolution, we need some type of affirmation of roles while we work to get a new charter. While we work to get a new charter. So if you notice, we do have a new charter. November of 2016. Overwhelming approval for a new charter. And so this resolution does need to be rescinded. It was a stopgap measure to provide a fix while we work to get the new charter. We have a new charter. So we need to rescind it, and we will have that discussion. Yes, sir.
I recall when I got first elected, a constituent came up to me and commented how our municipal code still had references to hitching posts in it. And this is sort of the hitching post of our current system of codes. If you just read the first paragraph, 1 under the operating practices for good government on packet page 1,242, that gives you a sense of how large our agenda is this evening. It says obligations consistent with the charter. Guess which charter? The charter that was repealed by the voters in 2016. So this is actually asking us to be consistent with the charter that was repealed by the voters. This is very confusing, folks. This is junk. This needs to be repealed. This needs to be tossed out. In 2016, the voters approved a new charter which addressed the vast majority of the items that are addressed in here. And in fact, I think this document does nothing more but continue to confuse the process that we cleaned up in 2016. I would respectfully put forward a substitute motion. Or is there a motion on the floor still? There's no more. I will put forward a motion then that we move forward with the floor or with the recommended action in the agenda and repeal this item as the voters decided, rightfully so in my mind, that we institute a new charter by which this is no longer needed.
Very good. Is there a second?
I have a question,
I have a
Mayor.
second and a comment.
Second and a comment. Chairwoman of
Yes.
LRC.
So as the chairperson of the LRC committee, this was brought forth, and so everybody knows, for the public to understand, we're getting ready to move to a new location. And so moving to the new location, we wanted to make sure we established not new rules, but just to outline the rules that have been set forth in the charter. So when this was brought to us, I think me and Councilman Figueroa was in attendance. We looked at this, and it was something that it's written in the charter. So this is just as Henry said, Councilman Nickel said, it's just a repeat and makes it confusing for what's going on. So to move forward with some of good governance, as you say, we wanted to make sure we struck this out because it is really just really, like you said, junk. It needs to go. So when we move to our new meeting place, the first meeting in August, we want to make sure that we're professional. That's one of the reasons why we're moving, is to have professional meetings. We want to make sure we address the conduct of not just our council and our mayor, but also the conduct of our constituents. We just want to make sure we have a healthy, happy meeting, and we want to move the city forward. So that's all this is. It's just moving the city forward. It has nothing to do with what was in the past, because like you said, it was basically there until the new charter was passed. So it's been passed. We already addressed this in the new charter, and I just say we agreed to move on. And hopefully everybody read this. We're looking for good governance when we get to our new facility.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. We appreciate your leadership on LRC. Ms. Sabara.
Yes, I just have a question to our ad hoc committee members. Why would you want to rescind and abolish something positive? I mean, good governance, we all need to be on the same page, share the same vision, so that when we come out to vote, we're constantly on the same page. Right now, we haven't had, I believe they mentioned it before, and we're still waiting for a visioning workshop. We haven't done that. We were waiting on the third ward seat to be filled, and that hasn't happened. So my question is to the ad hoc committee members, why would you want to get rid of something positive that's supposed to bring us all together? That is my only question.
So again, this is related to a charter that's been abolished.
Correct, but you were talking about decorum.
Well,
right here we're talking about
that was a part of the
government.
LRC meeting. So we'll answer the question that you asked. So it's not it's already labeled in the new charter, a code of conduct. That's in the new charter. So this was something that was put into place until we received the new charter. Now, we're still in the charter. It's positive. There's positive information there. We're not saying that anybody's going against any of this. It is just obsolete at the moment. We just need to throw it out. And let's go with the new charter that all the constituents, well, not all, but the constituents voted for. That's all this is about.
Question for legal.
Mr. Sanchez.
There's a reference to the charter in this resolution, 2015-71. So now that it refers to a charter that no longer exists, would it refer to the charter that is in place now?
No, I think from what I am understanding from the conversation, there was a purpose and intent for the original resolution. It appears to me that looking at the new charter, there's a specific provision in the new charter that the city council will adopt a code of conduct. And it appears to me that some of those good governance terms and ideas and suggestions have simply been placed into the code of conduct. The city council at any time can agendize the discussion of the code of conduct, and it can supplement, it can increase, it can change, and it can amend. So that's really what's at play here is your good governance policies are really now codified, for lack of a better term, in your new charter and called something different. Probably the same, many of the same concepts and good governance policies are in the code of conduct.
So our charter calls for a resolution with the guidelines for good governance. Right?
No, your charter, your existing charter today calls for the adoption of a code of conduct.
Have we adopted that?
Correct. We
I
have
believe that's what's on your wall.
Code.
Yes.
Through the municipal code, so it's been done.
Now, and it also doesn't prevent this city council from adopting new provisions that are called good governance or ethical standards. This is clearly just a cleanup. You have a document which is no longer, because of the intent and how it was adopted, is no longer relevant. Doesn't mean that the ideas in it are no longer good. It just means that document's not relevant. And I think that's the recommendation of the subcommittee, was why have it then?
Because there is now a document that has essentially replaced this.
Your code of conduct under the charter, and as I understand it, staff has been tasked with bringing forth to the council an additional rules of operating that will be coming in the next few months.
Well, and Chapter 2.58 meetings also clarifies the roles and responsibilities of the elected officials and city manager and behavior that's currently adopted.
I can't say this for sure, but I can tell you that if we probably went through and looked at the resolution that you're having this long discussion about, I could probably then go to your code of conduct and the meeting rules, and they'd all be in there. Maybe there's going to be a few that aren't, but based on the conversation, they're probably all covered in these other ways.
Call for the question on item number 28. There's been a motion to rescind with a second.
Just briefly.
Yes, Mr. Figueroa.
The gentleman from the Fourth Ward is correct that I was not sitting here alongside him when this decision was made, because I was actually sitting out in the public following along. It has always been my understanding that this was put in place as a transitional tool from the old charter into this new charter. Now that we have the new charter, this has now become redundant. And so I don't want to also become redundant in repeating what some of the others have said here, but it is my understanding, it's some of the same things that the council members from the 5th and 6th Ward have shared as well.
Okay, call for the question on item number 28. If there are objectors to it, please state your objection.
I object.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Mulvihill? So noted. The item passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 16, the final reading of the Development Code Amendment to 19-01 and the amendment to Title 5, Section 5.10- or 5.10.250.
Pro Tem, a point of order and a little clarification. And again, I think it's important just for the public's understanding. We're discussing an issue regarding cannabis, and I believe the mayor has left the room because he has a conflict on this or some sort. And is it not required to announce that why he's leaving and that he does have a conflict on this particular issue, of which, as long as we've been discussing this cannabis issue, I don't think it's been made clear that the mayor has a conflict of interest on the cannabis issue.
Yes, so the Political Reform Act does require an elected official to state for the record when they have a conflict and the nature of that conflict, what type of economic interest is at stake. The mayor has previously put on the record, and I had just leaned over to the city clerk to ask the city clerk to make sure that that statement is read for the public.
Thank you.
I'd like to also make a comment when possible concerning this.
Okay, yes, just a minute. Are we going to make that statement now? Is the city clerk going to make that statement now?
I was counting on Mr. Charrette's comment being sufficient, but I'd like to announce that the mayor has stepped away from the dais because he has a conflict on this issue, item 16.
Doesn't it also require that they indicate the financial?
Based on a business interest.
Thank you.
Yes.
Business
Thank you.
interests as a full-time mayor.
Yeah.
Outside of the job of mayor. Thank you.
And I also have a question.
Hold on, just a minute. This item was pulled by Councilmember Figueroa. Mr. Figueroa, go ahead.
I'll defer to the OP, whoever originally pulled it. I was told that it was pulled before I did. That there was some additional explanation or information that needed to be shared about it.
It was pulled by the mayor, according to my notes.
Well, it was pulled by number 3. This is 16?
Yeah.
By the
So
mayor
then it
and
was-
number 3.
Number 3.
Right.
Okay, so then that would be, okay. No necessary, not any changes or anything to this, and I hate to do this to staff, but I also might need some additional assistance from legal as well. But because this is relating to the location of cannabis businesses, I'd also like to attach to this, to direct staff to start, at the minimum, start a conversation with the National Orange Show as far as cannabis activities that go on at that location as well.
We currently have an agreement with them. We can do up to 4 events per year if they just had one up on Memorial Day weekend.
Not necessarily the events that are going on there, but as far as, this is referring to cannabis businesses' locations, correct?
The cannabis business locations that were brought up as part of the amendment were strictly related to, it was based on direction from City Council to amend the code to remove the restriction from those non-conforming residential uses. That was the only thing it was doing. We had some discussion in the city attorney's office. That seemed like a minor and incidental change to it. The city attorney had agreed with that. If we're going to go back and change other substance of the ballot measure itself and the ordinance itself, that may, and I'd probably look to the city attorney's office, but that would probably require to go back to the voters.
Yeah, and I'd just like to remind the council that this is the second reading of an ordinance, so it actually was introduced. So at the second reading, it's up to the council to say you either adopt it as presented to you. If you make any changes at this point, we'd have to come back and reintroduce it as a first reading. So this is the second reading. This was already addressed by the city council. If there's new direction to staff, you can certainly do that. That's the reason you rarely see an ordinance on your consent calendar. It was on the consent because it's already been read and introduced. So again, if you're going to make changes to it, it will have to return for a first reading.
Move approval.
Yes. Just one moment. Councilmember Ibarra, you had a question.
Caught me off guard. Can you come back to me?
Yes. Councilmember.
So I think that this council should move forward with approving the ordinance, but we should also include within that motion direction to staff concerning a study on the National Orange Show and our cannabis regulations there right now. So I know that we have in place right now a 4-event time schedule, fee schedule, but I think that there have been ongoing concerns about some unanswered questions concerning our regulation of cannabis and cannabis events at the Orange Show. So can we go ahead and do that? Can we approve and at the same time give direction?
I would give you the same advice that we formally gave Councilmember Nickel, where we said those are good ideas. I'd save them for the end of the meeting when you're giving your staff direction. And if there are 4 of you that want to proceed, then staff would be directed to prepare those. Although I know staff is currently working on additional amendments as well. But if you wanted to reiterate that direction, you could do so at the end of your meeting.
So I'm amenable to that as long as that we have an opportunity at the end of the council meeting to agendize and direct staff to come back with some studies that I think that need to be done concerning questions at the National Orange Show. So at this time, I'll move to approve the resolution.
Okay, just one. Yes. Councilmember Mulvihill.
I guess someone raised the issue that the cannabis ordinance was passed by the voters, and we're changing that. Do we have to go back to the voters with this?
I would like to have an opportunity to address that, if I may. First of all, counsel, as your legal counsel, we would never allow an ordinance to come before you that is not procedurally correct. We cannot comment on the policy or the substance of the ordinance, but procedurally. Your existing ordinance, 1503, was an ordinance adopted by the voters. It was an initiative. There is specific language in this section, 5-10 is your chapter, .250, and this is what it reads. The voters adopted this language. It sets forth the rule, and then it says, unless the mayor and city council adopt an ordinance allowing for a lesser distance. The lesser distance refers to the residential type of property. I think the legal issue that was raised before you tonight is whether this language which says lesser distance can actually be an elimination. In my opinion, you were talking about a residential use and then a non-conforming residential use. You're really not even reducing, I do not believe that because you've done that it's a violation of this language. Furthermore, I'd just like to tell you that the speaker also referenced something about direction was given. We have sent written correspondence to the speaker to say that this is exactly how government works. Council members give direction to staff, and I think the direction to staff was go prepare the ordinance. We didn't adopt the ordinance that night, and then we came back with a first reading and tonight a second reading. So procedurally, you're sound, and we're moving forward with explicit authority from the public.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
I remember now. So with the mayor recusing himself every time we talk about the cannabis, on page 413, he signs. Is that also a conflict of interest that he signed this agreement?
No, under your charter, it's a ministerial duty that the mayor has to execute the documents, and he is simply carrying out his ministerial duty to do what the council approves.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. So we'll call for the vote.
Mr.
Could the city clerk please reread the floor motion just for clarification?
I have that the floor motion is accept for final reading and adopt ordinance MC 1519 of the mayor and city council.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Sanchez? Yes. Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Yes. Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 7-0.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we proceed off this, may I make a statement to the council on the public in general concerning this?
Yes.
Council members and residents of the city of San Bernardino, I want to express my grave concerns about corrupt behavior involving the issue of cannabis licensing. Earlier today, I had a meeting with a cannabis advocate, Arthur Anderson, in my office. And at this meeting, Mr. Anderson threatened to finance a recall election against me and other city officials if we did not vote his way on the issue of cannabis licensing. In my opinion, Mr. Anderson's threats are a blatant attempt at coercing our city's elected representatives. I strongly rejected his attempt to buy my vote through financial intimidation. The working class and minority constituents who I represent won't stand for threats against our community from outside cannabis promoters like Mr. Anderson. Unfortunately, this is not the first example of questionable behavior by cannabis special interests. So in light of this problem, I believe that the City Council should adopt a policy requiring a member of the city staff to be present at all meetings between elected city officials and any applicant or applicant's representative who is seeking a cannabis license in our city. Corruption like this has no place in San Bernardino. That is why I will be forwarding these details of my meeting to Mr. Anderson, to the public, with Mr. Anderson, to the Public Integrity Unit of the District Attorney's Office and the U.S. Department of Justice for their review.
Thank you for that. We'll now take a 10-minute recess. It's 10:19. We'll reconvene at about 10:29.
There's been a request to move up the public hearing items, and that is items number 35 and 36. So let's go ahead and honor that request if there's no objections. Before we get into item number, our public hearing, this public hearing is for the formation of Community Facilities District 2019. I'm sorry, we'll move item number to 32. So this public hearing is now open for item number 35 on our calendar tonight. It's the Appeal 19-01 Buena Market Conditional Use Permit 18-23 located at 1338 West 5th Street. This public hearing is now open. The time is approximately 10:38 p.m. Are there any disclosures from council members on this particular matter? 35, yes. Are there any disclosures from council members? This is the opportunity for council members to disclose ex parte contacts, written, oral, and in person, conflicts of interest, attendance at meetings such as planning commission, etc. Are there any? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have a proof of publication that the notices as required by law have been given?
Yes.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, and other documents?
Yes.
Are there any written communications on this matter submitted to your office?
No.
Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm going to let Oliver Mojica, our planning manager, present the case. And when he's finished, we'll both be able to answer any questions. Oliver?
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's been a while. Glad to be back here.
It's good to see you, Oliver.
Good. You think so? Okay. Item number 30, item on the agenda is for appeal number 19-01. It's the appeal for conditional use permit 18-23. It's for the property located at 1338 West 5th Street, and it's for the Buena Market. What they have is an existing Type 20, which is beer and wine. They would like to upgrade that to a Type 21, which is for general sale of alcohol. Aerial just kind of shows a general location of the map where you have the 5th Street along the bottom of the highlighted red. Mount Vernon is to the right. This is a photo of the market itself within the commercial center. This is looking west on 5th Street with the center to the right. This is looking towards the east. This is kind of an overview of the center itself. I have some interior shots of the market that's been in existence for a while. One of the things that we do when we evaluate ABC-related applications, there's a couple of things that we look for. Is one, the concentration or the number of existing ABC licenses within that area. For this particular location or census tract, which is 43-02, ABC allows 6 licenses, and they have currently 9 licenses within that census tract. One of the other things that our code requires is how close you are to sensitive uses. And in this particular case, the Buena Market is approximately 300 feet away from the Our Lady of Guadalupe Church. And this exhibit shows that. Again, our analysis, as we reviewed and presented to the Planning Commission, I will note that our recommendation to the Planning Commission was a recommendation of denial based on a couple of code requirements that we have. The ABC license concentration, that's something where we do have a process where there's a public necessity or convenience letter where the Planning Commission has the authority to waive that particular, if there's above what ABC allows. In this particular case, it would allow for 6. There's 9. So that's something that the Planning Commission, I will say, regularly approves an overconcentration. One of the 2 other items that were quite delicate was our police department, when they provide a report to us, we route these applications to them, and they give us an analysis. One of the items is the crime statistics. In that memo, which was attached in your report, there's 219 reporting districts within the city. which also translates to an average of 91 crimes per reporting district. In this particular reporting district, the police department indicated that there were 139 crimes that occur there, which exceeds the, let me take a step back. Our development code says that there's a 20% threshold. If you exceed 20% of what our crime rate is, then it's not permitted there. In this particular case, it's 53%. The other area that I mentioned earlier was the separation or distance from sensitive uses. It states that you have to be with more than 500 feet from a sensitive use. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Our Lady of Guadalupe Church is about 330 some odd feet away. Based on those particular factors, I will note that even though the police department did provide a report to us, they did not make a recommendation one way or the other. They felt it was more appropriate for a discretionary action to take that consideration. With that, our recommendation is that the mayor and council adopt Resolution 2019-182, basically upholding the Planning Commission decision and denying conditional use permit 1823, sorry, it's late, and public convenience necessity letter 18-07. I'd be glad to answer any questions. The applicant and the representative is here. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mujica. Very excellent presentation. It's great to see you back here in the council chambers, and I will note your formality. It's great to see you in a suit.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a little tight now, but okay.
Well,
we're doing well.
Okay, if there are no questions for right now, why don't we go to public comments? We have several public comment speakers on item number 35. Yes, correct. Let me get there, folks. I'm trying my best. I know. I have Mr. Singh, if you stand, please. Mr. Lemus, stand, please. Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Tirador, Mr. Lopez, would you stand, please? Roy Terraza, stand. Mr. Bateo, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Cortez. Only three? Are you? Did I call your name, sir?
No, I filed on the fire.
You're the what?
State Family Association.
Okay, all right. So you'd like to speak? All right. Any other speakers on item number 35? Please stand, sir. You're going to be sworn in just a second. Are there any other item or members of the public who wish to speak on item number 35? Seeing only, okay, all right, very good. Ms. City Clerk, would you please administer the oath?
Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you. Sir, on the front here, go ahead and welcome. And is there a time limit?
Yes.
3 minutes?
Yep.
3 minutes, Mr. Go ahead. You're recognized for 3 minutes. Push the. Yep.
Hi, my name's Fernando Castro. How are you doing? Well, I'm going to get down to the nitty gritty. From Mr. Oliver has been great. Gave me a lot of information. Yes, one of his concerns was that radius for we had to apply for a radius map the city required, and so did the Department of Alcohol. I think it has a wrong radius because we have at 540 past the 300 he mentioned. One of the things also he said that the police department, Sylvia, I did talk to Sylvia. I don't know if you guys got my package concerning the locations, but one of the first time when we applied for the license is that they were
Sir, are you referring to this package that you gave us?
I'm referring to the presentation that I have.
Okay, all right.
No,
council members received this binder of sorts with a lot of photos.
No, I emailed it to Mr. Oliver,
and I was informed. Staff report? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the one that I
All right, so it's in our backup.
Yeah, this one was, I spoke to the police department, Sylvia, and she said she had no recommendation. There was a lot of crime, but not in our vicinity area. After I did my research, we had, there was only a few around our area. Majority of the crime were farther, other liquor stores. I got the crime rates for the city of San Bernardino. One of the concerns last time where we were denied was they were concerned of the place not being clean and some suggestions that you required. We did everything exactly what the council, the planning department wanted us. Clean the area, remove trash. Also, I did some research how we can improve the loitering and the homelessness around the area. One of the things we did was we cleaned the area, put more lighting, cleaned a lot of trees, debris, so they can't just sleep anywhere, because we found out the majority like to sleep in areas or be in areas where there's a lot of trash or hidden areas. Now we have the center a little bit more clean, more lighting, so they're not able to just, the lighting doesn't let them stay right there because the light reflects them at night. We have never had any, we did all the improvements you guys required. I spoke to the Planning Commission. Our score went up for the health department because we did a lot of cleaning that they required us. Code enforcement, we never had a violation with the code enforcement at our market, never had a violation. Sylvia, Mrs. Sadie from the Department of Alcohol, she has approved all the conditions. We understand that they only allow 5 liquor licenses. We're not a liquor store. We are a market providing liquor. We're not going to be a liquor store, fully liquor store. We will have a section of 10 by 10.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments tonight.
I try to be
appreciate
as
it.
possible. All right, thank you.
Our next speaker, and it's so, I'm a little confused here, so I'm going to just call out names, and then we'll just stack them up here by Mr. Boteo. I have Jesus Cortez, Enrique Garcia, Mr. Boteo, I see, Mr. Terraza, Mr. Lopez, Jesus Lopez, Christian Tirador, Michael Lemus, Amrik Singh, Mr. Singh, if you just stay with this, hang on there, and Violeta Cortez. Is Violeta around? Violeta? Oh, 36. All right. 36 can wait. And then the 2 ladies in the back, you're going to speak, is that right? Very good. All right, Mr. Boteo, I have 5 public speakers that I've identified. The rest, I don't see them. We'll start with you, Mr. Boteo. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Common Council. Again, I jumped the gun earlier, but I do want to hit the points that this is a economic development issue. They're trying to merely upgrade their beverage license. They have been entrenched in on the West Side community for many years. They have the best in the Buena market. The Singh family has created at least 10 jobs for local residents. There was a slogan back in the good old days that's Joe Albertson's supermarket, but the meat department is mine. Well, this is the same thing with the Bueno market and the Best market. They have a fresh meat counter with a small kitchen and a pizza, and it doesn't belong to them. They lease it out. There's an entrepreneurial component to whatever they do. So they have been great neighbors in the community. They give back to the community, and they are always community minded. And again, they're willing to. There have been no complaints from the Guadalupe Church. Nothing in writing. And I think in the packet that Mr. Singh provided for you, there are signatures from the residents that support them getting an enhancement in their beverage license. And there has been, like I said, there has been nothing from the church. In fact, the church on Sundays, the market is packed with churchgoers, and there has never been an adverse statement about the beverage enhancement. So I just want to say again, I hope that in the spirit of the crisis that the city is in, that the West Side not be forgotten. The bridge is going down in a few months. They say 18 months, but I think it's going to be more like 24. So what are we going to do? And I'm willing to work with my council member, Ted Sanchez, to really look at the Mount Vernon corridor and how we address the businesses being impacted negatively for the next 2 years. I think we need, that's a big part of the request tonight. There's going to be a 7-mile detour. And in the staff report, there was mention of the Paseo plan. That plan was written in the 70s, and it only addresses aesthetics. It doesn't address, I think, in terms of of an economic development piece like this one. So with that, I respectfully ask the mayor and especially the city council to really look positively upon this request, this appeal, and I appeal to you, no pun intended, to really vote for the west side that is already experiencing, hasn't recovered from the economic downturn and really, really needs a shot in the arm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Basically, our project, we are not making it a liquor store. We are a market providing a service, for our customer, for our loyal customer. They just want to make it a one-stop shop, and we are willing to follow all the rules and regulations, I just want to, we hire a lot of people, in line, to get hired by us, they like to work with us. All our community support us, They wanted to come here too. A lot of people came, but they have to go a reason of their jobs, And I got all the signatures from my businesses as well. They're all supporting me. AMPM employees are supporting me. They, we're just making a development in a city. I want to do more project, but this is our first project in I'm bringing up in the council. So I really need my council and I need your guys' support, to go ahead, and serve our community with the better jobs, economic development. And we only putting 10 by 10 feet rack, for liquor. We are not making it a liquor store, I just want you to review it really good. I provided the pictures what we serve at the store, I want to carry everything fruits, vegetables. Even right now I have to throw them away, but I want my customers to be happy, we are family business, so I need your guys' support. So I'll appreciate it if you guys, support this project for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, if you'd announce your name, sir.
My name is Michael Lemus.
Mr. Lemus, welcome, sir. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I work for Rick, and I was homeless before, and he's given me an opportunity to, get back on my feet. And I think he deserves this opportunity, be able to not only help other people, but like he said, it's a one-stop shop. Everybody comes in and says, hey, do you sell liquor? We're like, no, So that's basically turning our customers away when they come and buy food or any other merchandise from our stores. And, I appreciate if you guys would, help him out also, consider, giving him that opportunity to at least try to sell it. And like he said, we keep our doors closed at 10 o'clock and that's what we're going to stay at. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, ma'am, would you please give us your name?
Charlene Walton. I'm a little
Welcome, Ms.
nervous.
Walton.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous, so I wrote it down. I've been a resident in San Bernardino for about 2 years now, and my corner store, Bueno Market, is the best store I've been to in my neighborhood. And I say that because it's a very convenient market. They do Western Union, money orders, and sell hot food, which is a good thing for me and others in the area who do not have transportation to get to a post office or Walgreens to handle business. And even when I did have a car, I still always chose to go to that store. It's very convenient. It's a lot cleaner than other stores in that area. I've also seen them help the homeless and as well as others, even myself. The staff are very cool and nice and friendly. Never had a problem at this store for anything. Very respectful. Most stores I've been to has been rude and very nasty attitudes. I had to stop going to certain stores in the area. So I support this store 100% to be here as long as possible. We need people like them and the staff in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker, ma'am, would you please give us your name?
Okay, my name is Yvonne Flowers.
Hi, Ms. Flowers. Welcome.
Yes. Okay, first, I'd like to thank you for letting me speak about my neighborhood store. It is convenient. It's clean. Because I usually don't go to liquor stores and people be hanging out and fighting and all that. You know, there's nothing like that around here. It's nice, it's clean, they nice. And I don't have transportation. That's my only store I can go to. And I would like to thank you guys for supporting them, and everything, to give them they wanted. Because they are very nice people. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. We appreciate it. All right. Thank you for all the public comments. Now let's turn back to our city council members. Any comments? Remarks?
Yeah.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah, this isn't the first ward. I'll be honest, this is one of the most difficult decisions I have had to make in the last couple months. I didn't even have I hadn't even absolutely made up my mind even 10 minutes ago. It is very difficult because they have demonstrated that they're kind of an anchor. They are an anchor in the community in the west side, and I appreciate the good they've been able to bring to the community, but there is the continued the baggage that comes along with allowing a hard alcohol license, and it is a concentrated area. They already have beer and wine. I think that's already enough to name this place a full service grocery store. They provide for all the produce and the meats and everything else, all the conveniences. Beer and wine, I think, is sufficient for this neighborhood, and I can't support at this time that we award this hard alcohol license. I think it is sufficient with their beer and wine, and again, this is an extremely difficult decision. I, even 10 minutes ago, still hadn't made up my mind on where I was on this. So I appreciate what you guys have done for the community and how you guys are an anchor for all the people who need the products and the produce you guys sell at your store. But at this time, I cannot support extending a hard alcohol license.
Mr. Sanchez, I respect what you're saying. In the art of compromise and attempting to understand fully, is the concern more and so I'll turn to Mr. Singh or our staff. What type of liquor? I understand it's hard liquor, type 21, but what is the volume size? Are we talking the short, tiny ones that are in like a hotel bar? Are we talking? Give us.
It's like what you can buy at a liquor store, or the liter bottles.
So this city council has the authority to say we can either vend this during certain times and restrict the volume size. Is that accurate?
There is that possibility, and I'd like to throw out a couple things just for conversation or for thought process. We process a number of CUPs for alcohol quite regularly with the Planning Commission. Some do and some don't require the public necessity item. And what we typically require in our conditions of approval is what we call a 6-month review period, where it says for a 2-year period from the certificate of occupancy, or once we issue that permit, every 6 months we could monitor that establishment or that business. If an issue arises, let's say as an example, if you're talking about limiting the size or quantity or what have you of that particular alcohol, the hard liquor, if you will, we can send staff out there every 6 months or thereabouts and see how they're doing. Are they operating as the council desired? If we go into the market, send someone in the market and they're selling larger bottles, larger quantities, or whatever the case is, we would meet with the business owner and say, their condition says this, you need to remedy that. And if it continues where they don't, and we have to keep going back and over time, and you're still a problem, we have that opportunity to come back to the Planning Commission and or the City Council and advise you that if you recall 2-3 years ago this item was approved, we had this condition in here, we've been working with them for years now. They're consistent violators. What do you want to do? And then at that point, you could decide if you want to revoke that conditional use permit. So we do have that mechanism in place. I will also suggest, if you are inclined to approve this item, that if you look in your resolution, there's findings that we've presented that support the denial of the CUP. And our recommendation and the Planning Commission's final action on that, or when they took action on it, was really based on the concentration of crime, the crime rate, how it exceeded that, and the proximity to the church. Frankly, but for those two items, staff would have recommended approval to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission may have been more inclined to approve it because there were not those two items. But with the conditions as they are with those two matters, we could not make a recommendation of approval. I will give you an analogy. If we had a project or a building and if our development code required a 20-foot setback, if it didn't have a 20-foot setback, we couldn't be approved unless it had a variance, as an example. A use does not allow, there isn't a variance available for uses. You either comply or you don't apply. And so those are really the two factors, the crime and the distance. If you feel or are inclined to say, well, there's some unique factors at this particular location that you feel warrants the opportunity to allow them to expand and operate, and that, go to a Type 21 license, and you want to add that condition, that added condition for that monitoring, that would be a suggestion. But if you were inclined to make an approval of this item, we would ask for some direction as to how we would answer some of those findings. In other words, yes, there's an overconcentration, but these are some benefits to the community. As an example, there's an overconcentration of crime, but there's a unique situation that maybe overrides that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mojica. You have a response. You're the applicant. Is that right, Mr. Singh? Yes. Mr. Singh, please, do you have anything to add, or? I understand.
We have the conditions from the Department of Alcohol for approval. They also did recommend some conditions, and like I said, we're going to have a 10-by-foot alcohol stick in the back of the counter, not for people to walk in public and just pick with alcohol. We will have a 10-by-10 display or lock in the back, and they would have to ask us so we can monitor who was selling the liquors to.
Mr. Cortez is your name, right?
Castro.
Mr. Castro. And you're saying it's under lock and key.
It will be.
It's under lock and key. And what are the volumes? Are you selling the small ones?
No, we're not selling that. That will be causing some problems.
Sure.
We want to.
Speaking of the microphone, sir.
Oh, I'm used to talking. We want to provide alcohol, but we will monitor. We will have a 10-by-10 display in the back. I did provide all this to you guys, but I don't know. It will be similar to this in the back. And they have the counter, so they won't be able to just come and get alcohol. They would have to ask us. We'll see if they're not blurry-eyed or.
The logic, Mr. Castro, the logic behind the not vending the smaller pocket size, as I would call it, is to limit consumption from some individual and just, take a shot right on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, we would work with
Mr. Castro, hold on just a second. So the limitation of the volume is a logical assumption that because they're buying a larger bottle, they can then take it home and enjoy it at their party, at their quinceañera, or wherever. But they're taking it off premise or taking it back to their home and enjoying it at their home or their private party or their residence.
That's correct.
Is that right?
100% correct.
All right. And so what are the volume sizes that you are intending to vend?
We will probably put pints, the little pints. I'm not a kind of a liquor kind of. We'll oblige to what you think is suitable. If you want us to sell big one, we want to prove to you guys that we're going to do the right thing. So if you guys
is the applicant amenable to at least go? So we think that the pints are even still consumable.
Well, then we will work with.
Can you go the next size up to the fifths?
Yes, we will. We want to prove to you that we're going to do the right thing. So if you guys put some restrictions, we will oblige from it. Then you can look at us every 6 months because we know we're going to do the right thing.
Mr. Singh, do you have anything to add to that, sir?
No, we are open open for discussion, sir. Any restriction, we'll follow it.
Well, I'm hearing that from the head nods, and I'm going to let the council speak, but I think we already have some agreement that the council would not want to allow the small shorties or the pints, that it have to be a 750 milliliter or higher.
Yeah, that's fine, sir.
Okay, Mr.
That'd be great. We'll
Mulvihill,
oblige.
I know you've been waiting. I apologize, Mr. Mulvihill.
You had indicated the concentration within a certain distance. Was that type 20 or type 21?
It was all licenses.
All licenses?
All licenses.
And
ABC allows for a total of 6, and there are a total of 9 in that set.
ABC?
Alcohol beverage control?
Yeah, but I didn't catch the ABC. It's the ABC, right? Okay.
That's correct.
And they want to limit it to 5 or 6?
6.
To 6? Within what distance?
It's within that census tract.
I see. And now we've got 9.
We have 9 existing.
Yeah.
So there will still be 9. I mean, it's just a matter of switching from the type 20, which is the beer and wine, to the 21. At the end of the day, there'll still be a total of 9.
Okay. Okay.
It will not increase.
Yeah.
I would have loved to.
Wait, I'm speaking, please.
I mean, Mayor, if I could just bring a point of order, our applicant should probably take a seat while our council is deliberating. If you have questions of the applicant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Castro. Mr. Singh, we'll call you up if we need you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Please have a seat.
You know, I really, the proponents here are doing really a good job. I mean, they have fresh fruits and vegetables, which is just wonderful in the area. But you know, I'm looking at the Planning Commission. They looked at this, and it's an issue that they went over the information, and I think they made a rational choice of denying the conditional use permit, and I don't see any reason to really overturn their vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, and I am familiar with this market. It is, I think they do a great job in the community. I've visited before. I'm actually very familiar. I go to that AM/PM and get fuel up on the weekends, so I see what's happening there, and I think they've done a really good job. I think they've created. I have actually stopped in there for items now and then, and it is kind of refreshing to see a market in that area that actually has fresh fruits and vegetables, and I can see that they really want to be a positive contributing member of the community, and I can really think of no other market that would probably be most responsible to vend in that area than Buena Market. So I'm going to support this with the caveat that we are going to continue to monitor this. I do have a sense that the operator there is going to do a good job policing the operation there. I think I do agree that we want to make sure that the sizes of the bottles are such that it doesn't contribute to the type of behavior that we want to. And I'm sure that you as a business owner don't want those kinds of problems next to your business either. So I think there is a win-win here, and I think being the responsible business owner you are, I think you're the kind of business owner we're looking for when it comes to vending this type of product. So I'll go ahead and support. Is there a motion on the floor currently? Yeah, I'll go ahead and yeah, let's see, what does the motion need? So, yeah, so I will make a motion that we overturn the denial of the Planning Commission on this item, and
Mr. Mojica,
is that right? If I may, that the motion like that would be appropriate. And a second, what we would ask is that you provide us some direction in terms of your findings, in terms of the rationale, if you will,
sure,
of the overconcentration, the exceeding the crime rate, and also the distance from the sensitive uses.
The sizes too.
And well, that would be, those are the findings. The conditions that we would add the condition regarding the 6-month review for a 2-year period, and then the size of the containers.
Yeah. And I think the findings are that this is, you know, I don't know what the legal criteria would be in terms of findings, but just knowing where this is located, that it's in a well-lit area, that it is in an area that is frequented by the community. I think there is a convenience here. And the fact that we didn't get, I certainly haven't seen any protest or any objection by any of the neighbors or any of the surrounding businesses or the church for that matter. So the fact that I haven't received any protests, I didn't see any protests this evening, I didn't see any documentation that there was any objection to this. So I think that given that basis and seeing the fact that you have pages of signatures in support, to me indicates that this is probably the right applicant.
So for the question for the city attorney's office, of course, the recommendation tonight was for denial of the application. The findings are there. You've stated some of the potential findings we can add to a resolution. Would the appropriate thing to be direct staff to go back, create the appropriate resolution, some of the conditions as were mentioned, and then return to the next council meeting?
Yeah, so if it turns out that a majority of the city council concurs with the motion to overturn the denial, my recommendation would be that we listen carefully to their conversation, either through the audio, and return with a resolution of findings to overturn and place that on a future consent calendar.
I actually have a substitute motion to the floor motion. Oh.
Okay, Ms. Richard.
Yes, before we move on to you. Out of the 9 ABC licenses that exist in that area, how many of them actually sell bottles of liquor? Is it a nightclub? Is it a, it's a restaurant?
Of the 9 that are in that census tract, 6 are off-site, which are stores. Type 20.
Type 21, 6.
Type 21 is liquor, hard liquor.
Hard liquor. So 6 of them in the area. And the crimes that are reported, how many of them are alcohol related?
I don't have a copy of that police report, but there weren't any alcohol. If I recall correctly, there were not any alcohol related reports on that one. Most of them were loitering. Vagrancy, in that area. There was some other, garden variety of behaviors, I'll call it, but none that were alcohol related.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Figueroa.
By others. I'll try not to repeat some of the questions that have already been asked. I noticed that there's hot food, kind of a restaurant environment there. Is any drinking taking place on site there? No. Okay. I definitely will not support the small bottle sizes. Your overstock of the liquor, where is that actually kept?
We have a storage in the back, locked storage.
And is that actually a locked door, or is it an open? So it's not accessible from the store where somebody can actually just walk in there and walk out with?
No. And then the liquor will be behind the counter, so nobody can just come and get a bottle of liquor or take. And we will not sell the little small ones like you. We won't sell it.
Okay.
But it'll be protected behind. Even our beer is all locked and everything, so nobody can have access.
What about as far as signage?
Pardon?
Signage, any kind of advertisement related to?
We won't put no signage. We're not going to put a liquor store or anything. It'll be a liquor display says that we're providing some liquor,
Like posters, anything that's advertising liquor?
No, we're a market. We want to focus still on the market aspect. But we won't put like I said, we will agree to whatever your terms to make you understand that we want to do what is best that you guys want us to do. We just want to provide, some easy access. If somebody comes over and say, Fernando, I would like to buy a bottle of Jack Daniels, big bottle, we'll check them out. We know the people. We know our customers. So it's very few that we get a lot of customers that from outside that we don't know. But the majority of the people are customers that frequently come in all the time. We do have check cash-ins, Western Union. A lot of stores don't provide that, so we have a strong.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Castro. Mr. Figueroa?
The other question was about the types of crimes and how many of them were alcohol related, but that answer, okay.
Very good. All right. Ms. Richard.
I just have one more. And this is addressed to the city attorney. When we're talking about the ABC licensing and we're talking about the volume that we want them to sell, the size of the bottle, Is that something that we can legally do? Can we regulate that?
Yes, so generally, alcohol is regulated by the state agency, but because you have a conditional use permit requirement here, you can impose conditions which you believe will help prevent a nuisance or secondary impacts in that area.
Yes. Thank you. I also like to, we want to make sure that we're in compliance, just like we do with the gas stations. They can't sell before a certain hour and they can't sell after a certain hour. So we want to also, think about doing that also.
If I may, all of our ABC-related applications, there's our development code has a laundry list of conditions for that particular use. It talks about surveillance cameras. It talks about not having payphones, and there's a list of items that are there. I think it's like 20, 25, 30 items.
Oliver, payphones? Do we still have payphones?
We still? I don't judge. I just got rid of my BlackBerry, so that's where I am.
Okay, very good. Ms. Richard, is that concluded? Okay, so we have a motion. Oh, Mr. Charette. Mr. Charette.
I'd like to clarify, because I think I heard a substitute motion coming forward.
I'd like to.
And I'd like to hear from the council member from that area.
So I do have a substitute motion. I move that we adopt the recommendation that we deny the application for a liquor license, a hard liquor license.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And now my comments go along the lines with everybody here. We have in the past asked that you not sell anything below whatever it is, a fifth or a quart or whatever it is, large bottles, not small ones, not even a pint. And I certainly wouldn't support anything smaller than that. But I have a hard time going against a planning commission, albeit you said there were just really two important areas that they were having a problem with. But with the amount of ABC licenses already there, with the crime statistics, and with the councilman from the area not supporting it, I'll have to vote no.
Okay, let's call for the question on the substitute motion. If there are no discussion points, we have a substitute motion for the floor motion by Councilmember Sanchez with a second by Mr. Charette.
It was seconded by
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mulvihill.
Mr. Mulvihill, my apologies. All right, if we'll do a roll call on this to verify.
Mr. Sanchez? Yes. Mr. Figueroa?
This is to deny?
This is to deny the...
So no. Okay.
Mr. Charette?
I support the denial. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Nickel? Ms. Richard? Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. It is a 3-3 vote. Would you like to...
So I get
Don't
to...
look at me.
I
I can't help you, John. I'm sorry, with all due respect.
It's late. Boy, it's late, I tell you. It's 3-3. Miss City Attorney, if I break this tie and I can break a tie, but does that mean it adds to, how would that work? It just breaks the tie?
If you were to, you just break the tie. So you either vote, if you vote yes, then that means denial, which is based on the staff recommendation of the Planning Commission. If you vote no, then I guess you'll wait for the other motion that was on the floor.
Okay. I'll break the vote and vote no on tiebreaker. So we are back to a decision here on how do we construct and make the best use.
So that was a substitute motion, as I understand it. Now you have the floor motion, right?
Which was made by Mr. Nickel, but I didn't hear a second.
Aren't we done?
No.
No, that was a substitute motion, as I understand it. They just voted on a substitute motion, but I think you're saying there was no second to Mr. Nickel's original motion?
Who was a second to his caveats to limit the size? To overturn the denial.
The denial.
We just voted on
Oh,
overturning the denial.
no, we did not.
No,
No.
no, you voted on what,
No,
Mr.
not to deny it.
Mr. Sanchez was making a substitute motion. He understood that Mr. Nichols' original motion was to grant the appeal that's been filed with some additional conditions. The question is, was there a second to that motion?
If not, members can announce their support now.
I will second.
Second,
It was a substitute motion.
second the motion to Councilman Nichol
Correct.
on those caveats with
very
size
strict-
and the restrictions and the 6-month monitoring. Is that right, Mr. Nichol?
That is correct.
Would you be amenable to an amendment? I want that 6 months monitoring to be 1 year. You can do that, right?
No, it'll be monitored every 6 months for what, 2 years?
Oh, for every 2 years?
For up to
Oh,
2
okay.
years, yeah.
All right.
Every 6 months for a 2-year period.
Okay.
I think we voted to deny, and the mayor voted to approve by his break of the tie. So it passes.
Not the denial.
No, the denial doesn't pass, so it
He
stays.
voted no.
I voted no.
There are 4 noes and 3 yes.
Okay,
I get it.
so
No, not to deny. So we're not denying.
I am not confused. I know, I'm in my right mind. It's 11:25 and I'm fine. I voted no and I know what I'm doing and I understand. So now the motion is to overturn the denial from the Planning Commission as said by Mr. Nichol and as affirmed by second by Mr. Figueroa with those caveats. All right, are we good? Are there discussion? If not, let's take the vote.
How many violations would it need to happen in order for them to lose their, is it just one violation, that's it? No.
It's not really a violation. We would, so let's say within a 6-month period or so, we would stop by the market. Just give you I'll give you an example. And they have pint bottles in there. So I'd walk up we'd go to the manager and say, you're violating that condition. You got to change those bottles out. So there'll be a call for service and what have you. So then we'll spot check them again, maybe in a week, a couple weeks or so, and say, either you took them out or you didn't. And then if it's a repetitive, thing that continues, then it's obviously we've got a
Violate the
problem.
conditions and they can be revoked.
Come back.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, let's call for the question, folks. We know what we're voting on, do we? If not, okay, Mr. Mulvihill, what clarifiers do you need, sir? Okay.
Oh, no. It's
Gigi?
overturn the denial, and with the conditions as stated, which includes a restriction on the size of bottles of alcohol sold, as well as requiring monitoring every 6 months for 2 years. And did I miss any other restrictions?
The restriction on the volume shall exceed 750 or greater.
Okay.
Should be greater than 750.
Greater than 750?
Equal to or greater than.
Equal to or greater than? Okay, 750 milliliter. Is that clear? Would you like me to say it again? Would you like me to read the motion again? Okay.
Do a roll call, folks. Call for the question. It's been approved with a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Sanchez? Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? No. Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes, I'll break the tie with a yes. Okay. All right, item number 36. Item number 36.
You guys have an opportunity. Oh, you guys have an opportunity. All right. This was a crazy move by the city council, but you have an opportunity. Don't fail us. People's lives are at risk if you are negligent in your responsibilities. I want you guys to understand
Thank
that.
you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We've ended the item. Moving on to item number 36. Item number 36 is are there any members of the public wishing to speak and address the council? If so, please fill out a yellow speaker slip and hand it to our city clerk. Item number 36, appeal of 19-02, La Cadena Market Conditional Use Permit 18-25. Members of the public, if you would please take your conversation out and we appreciate our public who want to address on item number 36. All right, item number 36, staff, if you'd make the presentation, please.
Yes, please, Honorable Mayor and council members. Item number 26 is for conditional use permit 18-25 and public convenience or necessity letter 18-08. It's for the property located at 1111 West 9th Street. It's located within the general commercial zone, and it's for an existing La Cadena market. They do not have an ABC license at this point. They are asking for consideration to approve either a type 20, which is beer and wine, or a type 21, which is the full alcohol as a previous application. This is an aerial view of the existing property. It's essentially the only commercial parcel within that area surrounded by a residential neighborhood. This is looking at the market itself. This is looking west on 9th Street, with the market to the left. This is looking east on 9th Street, with the market to the right. And this is an overview shot of the market property. Provided us with a floor plan of the what they're looking to reconstruct the inside. This is how it looks currently, freestanding shelving. And these photos were taken a little before the Planning Commission meeting. This shows a diagram of the census tract. If you note, the bold line is a census tract 48. There are 6 licenses within that census tract. We get back to the sensitive uses of this particular property. I will point out that we have the San Bernardino County Head Start and the Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino are located across the street. We have the Encanto Park, which is approximately 400 feet away from the store.
Mr. Mojica, on the, let me stop you. The preschool and the Boys and Girls Club, what's the proximity on feet distance from the store?
It's approximately 200 feet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So here's the store. I mean, here's the store here. I mean, you don't get the highlighter because I'm pointing up behind you. But we have and then we have the Head Start and the Boys and Girls Club. We have the park and we have the school. So we've highlighted on there. If you look, so the red is the store, the yellow is the Head Start, Boys and Girls Club, and the blue is a combination of the park and the elementary school. On this particular item, the ABC allows for a total of 4 licenses. There are 7. With the approval of this application, it would increase from 7 to 8 because there is not a license at this location. Again, going back to the crime statistics in this area, again, with the average of 91 crimes per reporting district, this particular reporting district has 226 crimes reported, or 148% for that area. And then the project does not meet the sensitive distance requirement, as I indicated in one of my earlier slides. And it's going through. There was no recommendation of approval or denial from the police department. Again, as it was, they left it to the Planning Commission to make that decision as a discretionary action. We noted that in our council goals policies, where it talks about objectives of reducing crime and ensuring safe neighborhoods, we felt that it was not able to achieve that. The Planning Commission supported staff's recommendation, and they did adopt a resolution denying this application. And so we are presenting that forwarding that recommendation to you. We're asking that the mayor and city council consider the adoption of resolution 2019-183 denying the appeal 1902. Be glad to answer any questions. The applicant and the representative are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mojica. Mr. Mojica, just for clarifier's sake, as I interpret the agenda, I see the operative word being or. Is it to suggest that either which way, whether they're issued, if they're overturning, if the council were to consider overturning tonight, that the applicant would be happy with either or?
You may ask them, but in their application to us, they indicated that they would take either one. They were not requesting a specific one. They do not have a license at all, and I think that they're trying to add that to their store.
So as I studied the material myself, the operative word for us, type 20, remember, is a typical beer and wine off-premise carry away, no single package. It's with the deemed approved ordinance in mind, and be specific language on a carry-out package system. Take it home, enjoy it at your backyard or your personal residence, or and the type 21 would be off sale too, off premise. You take your hard liquor and enjoy it at your wherever your home, hopefully.
That is correct.
And so the operative word, council, is or. They can go either which way, and that's how I understand it. Now,
So if I may, as an additional clarification, so the type 20, just to give you an analogy, the type 20 would be like what the Buena Market has right now.
Correct.
The one that was just before you. That's a type 20. Type 21 is what was just approved for the Buena Market.
Correct.
So that's the two distinctions.
So you might, well, let's hear from our public first, and then we'll get into kind of discussion points. I have 3 public speakers, and I'll call you all out. Dick, Violeta, and Mr. Singh. Is that right? All right. Miss, if you'd all raise your right hand, and Miss City Clerk.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body?
So I should do.
If so, say I do. Yes. Thank you, and have a seat.
Thank you. Dick?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff members, and the audience. My name is Melvin Evett, also known as Dick Evett. I'm a business consultant for the clients. I represent the Lacademia Market number 3. They have other stores in the San Bernardino area, mainly Fontana, and they've had it for years. They've never had a violation with ABC. The reason for our appeal is as follows. This is a family-run operation, and it's for the local neighborhoods and visiting customers in the area. The project is 15,000 plus store, has already been approved. They've already had approval from the planning department, meat department, fresh produce, general household goods, dairy products, ice cream. They have a full operation there. The request is for this larger to sell packaged beer only, no singles. They have no desire to sell any singles, prepackaged items directly from the manufacturer. By eliminating the singles, you won't have people ordering, begging for having money sticking outside trying to get a nickel or a dime or to buy a beer. So that's one of the reasons why we don't want that. It's not for this type of store. Like I say, they're going to have the bake shop in there. They're going to have fast food. I mean, this is going to be it's going to be a family-run operation. It's going to be clean, neat, and it's going to serve the neighbors exactly what they need. They're going to cash checks for them. They're going to do money orders. They're going to have them pay utility bills. I mean, they're going to have lotto. I mean, they have everything, and it's just for the nice neighbors. I turned in to the application. I think you have my brochure that I made up showing you the other 6 stores, but they have about 700 or so names of the customers who would like to support this store. If you don't have those, I have copies of it. This family plans on spending somewhere around $3 million to upgrade the building, services, and everything else. And all they're asking for is to be able to have a walk-in cooler of about 10 feet deep, maybe 40 feet wide, which is about 4% of the space. It's going to be in the back of the store. It's not going to be acceptable for beer runs. That's one thing you guys are concerned about. Like I say, when I submitted the application, there are 6 stores, little small mom and pop operations that serve the local neighbors, but they don't have the meat, they don't have the produce.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your time's up.
That it?
I know. It's only 3
I
minutes.
thought I was speaking for the owner. I was speaking in his behalf of the owner.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Everett. I appreciate it. Our next speaker is Mr. Singh, Gurpreet Singh. Welcome, sir. Recognized for 3 minutes.
I mean, it's good night or good afternoon? Good evening. Okay. Honorable Mayor and the council members, good night to everyone. I'm speaking here on behalf of the La Cadena Market 3. This is gonna be the supermarket on the 9th Street, only in that area. You guys have only one El Super around 2 miles area after that. Instead, as well as we're gonna sell beer and wine, if you guys approve us, we're gonna sell all other products, grocery, meat, baking, produce, and a lot of other stuff. This is 15,000 square feet supermarket. This is not a liquor store, not a regular market. This is gonna be supermarket after the El Super in your neighborhood. And the project that we are trying to do is $3 million. Also, we have like sufficient parking for the customer. We don't want any singles. We want only pre-packaged for the customer. We all knows your concerns about what's going on in the city, and we trying to give a clean, complete, and a bigger market to their neighborhood, as well as is convenience for the customer, but it's also a very good size of market for the people that lives around there. So many individuals, they can't go further, like far away, to shop. They can come to the market even walking size. It's so near, and there is all neighborhood around there. And all the neighbors can shop there, and we can provide them clean environment in the market. And also, there is a bridge gonna be closed for 3 years, and people not gonna have somewhere to go shop. It's the bridge gonna be divide the city in a part, 2 sides. So people as well as they can come to the market and shop. And also we are trying to provide a job for 25 to 30 people. Not just 1 people, not 2 people. And we are trying to hire the people around the neighborhood. And I hope you guys help us to get approved this either or type 20 or 21, whichever you guys like, and we will be really appreciate it. And thank you so much, all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Our next speaker, Mrs. Cortez. Welcome, Ms. Cortez. Recognized for 3 minutes.
I am a super close resident. I literally live across the street. I am speaking on behalf for La Cadena Market, that having a supermarket in the area is very convenient. For the community, our nearest supermarket is not around, and for some individuals like myself, it's a bit challenging to go buy common elements. I usually have to drive and have to be in traffic. For example, having a supermarket close and having access to buying all my groceries, beer and wine, if you guys let it be approved, all together within the same location will be great. Not having to be going to one store and then having to go to another store to buy my beer or my wine. Not only will it help the community, but it will provide economical jobs opening like myself. I'm looking for a job and it will be super close, just crossing the street and not having to worry about waking up early and having to drive a long distance. So yeah, I think it will be great having a supermarket close. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear from council members on comments, suggestions. I want to just possibly encourage council members. This is a operative word here, folks. We can do or. The concept might be to start baby steps. Baby steps. Offer just a type 20, prove a type 20, and it's a baby steps. And you could add certain restrictions, conditions, hours of vending on a type 20 to start that baby step process. It's really at your discretion, your how you see it here tonight, City Council. So anyhow, Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, this is not it's not unlike the previous case with Buena Market, except for one crucial difference, that they are acceptable. They're amenable to having just a type 20 license, which is just beer and wine, which is an enormous difference for me. The fact that they are amenable to just the manufactured prepackaged amounts, which means that there won't be any single bottles, there won't be 40 ounce beers. It makes an enormous difference. I do think that they will become quickly an anchor in the community, not unlike Buena Market. But again, the difference here is that they will not be selling hard alcohol, which by just its very core nature, hard alcohol, in my opinion, brings about several additional issues that the community and the city is ill-equipped to manage, especially on the west side. I am for awarding them the Type 20 license. If they come here next year applying for the Type 21, I will still deny it because I think there is an inherent difference between prepackaged beer and hard alcohol. So I am perfectly fine with approving a Type 20 license for La Cadena Market. That is my motion, to approve that.
There's a second by Councilman Mulvihill for a Type 20. Is there discussion points, or can we?
Just
Call
one
for the
question.
Mr. Charette.
I just have a question, if I haven't forgotten it already. What were the reasons that the Planning Commission, last time you told us there were really only two that are a major concern to the Planning Commission. What were the concerns this time?
It was similar. It was the crime
similar.
concentration and the proximity to the sensitive uses with the Head Start Park and such across the street.
And I do agree with you that I see a difference. I might go a little further, though, really. This appears to be a little bit more of a really, at 15,000 square feet, more like a really larger supermarket than even the smaller market of the other people, Buena. But I can go along, I think. I hate going against the Planning Commission, but that's our job here many times. And the idea that you're going into a neighborhood and going to support as many as maybe 25 jobs, I certainly am happy to hear that. And I think this is probably a different type of store than just a smaller corner market, with all due respect to Buena. I think this is probably a little different situation here. So there again, I too, I think, can support this one. That might sound, as you said, inconsistent with the last one we just did, but I'm gonna go for it.
Okay, call for the question. I've heard for the call for the question.
What operation existed at this location prior to? Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to know.
Bakery.
Okay.
Yeah, but that bakery was years
And then bake it for a
ago.
while.
And just one final question, please. Final question to the applicant. You're going to open the store whether you get this license or not. You're going to open a grocery store? Okay. I just wanted to know that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, call for the question. Madam City Clerk, if you call the roll.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Mr. Shard? And Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 6-0.
Very good. Thank you, staff. Oh, yes, Mr.
Just
Huntley.
for the benefit of the City Council, the same thing applies to this as the previous application also. Since the initial recommendation was for denial, staff has to go back. We have to create a resolution, add the conditions you've asked for, and then return back to City Council for your final approval.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you for the update. Okay, thank you, city staff. We appreciate you, and thank you, applicants. We thank you for your investment and belief in our community, and we thank you. Moving on to item number 32. Let's go back to item number 32, and I will then read the script. Public hearing is for the formation of Community Facilities District number 2019-1, which is maintenance services for the city of San Bernardino. The public hearing is now open. The time is 11:47 p.m. and all is well. Are there any disclosures from council members? None. Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the notices as required by law have been given?
Yes.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, and other material?
Yes.
Are there any written communications submitted to your office?
No.
And we ask the staff representative, please introduce yourself and present the staff report.
Alex Kichte, Public Works Director, and I have our consultant Shane Spicer, and he'll be going through this with you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. I'll try to be brief. Shane Spicer, Spicer Consulting, Special Tax Consultant to the City. The item before you is the public hearing for the formation of CFD 2019-1, Maintenance Services. Similar process as what the City has done previously with the CFD for Public Services and 2018-2 for Facilities. This is specific to maintenance services. The developer, Santiago Communities, had petitioned the city to assist in forming the CFD. This is for track 17170. That's to include 27 residential units and is to maintain public improvements. The project's located north of Foothill Boulevard, approximately 2 miles west of 5th Street and the I-215. The CFD includes, but is not limited to, maintenance of landscaping, parkways, parks, streetlights, traffic signals, streets, roads, open space, drainage, and graffiti abatement specific to this track 17170. And the landowners have advised that the city also establish the CFD boundaries to include the tract as Tax Zone 1, and included is a rate and method of apportionment of the special taxes that calculate how the tax would be determined. There will also be establishing an annexation area that will be the city boundary. That is to provide for future annexations into the CFD, does not create a CFD over the entire city. Just want to be clear of that point. The Santiago has submitted a consent and waiver to shorten the election time and the requirements and waive an analysis. As the council may recall, June 5th adopted Resolution 2019-81 declaring the intent to establish the CFD and set tonight as the public hearing. Under the Mello-Roos Act, the cities must hold this public hearing, consider any protests against the formation. If the majority protest is not filed, the City Council may adopt the resolutions establishing the CFD. Under the Mello-Roos Act, a public hearing report has been prepared and is included with the staff report, containing a description of the services and the cost estimates as it was prepared. And the CFD will maintain services for public facilities. Estimated cost of services at build-out would be approximately $25,941, and is to be paid specific from these CFD taxes. And the set tax rate is $961 per unit and doesn't include an annual escalator of the greater of 2% or CPI. And the term of the tax will be for as long as services are provided. The cost of the formation is paid by the developer, and the proceeds for the will be used specific to the maintenance services associated to the development. And the funding of this CFD will also mitigate the city's general fund for any increased service costs. So the recommendation of staff is to hold the public hearing, adopt resolutions, hold an election, adopt a resolution declaring the election results, introduce the ordinance, and schedule the final reading of the ordinance. And that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to address the City Council. Are there any members on this particular item that would like to address the council? All right. Having seen none, hold on. I just got to read this entire verbiage here.
No, you can't go that fast, Fred.
Seeing that there is no public testimony, no audience, and no individuals requesting to speak, do any members of the City Council have questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this public hearing? Mr. Mulvihill.
I think you did say that there's a cost of living multiplier.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The greater of 2% or CPI.
Okay, are there any more council members, comments, questions? Has the city clerk received written protest to any of the matters addressed in the public hearing for any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% in the acreage located with the Community Facilities District 2019-1?
I received 0 written protests.
Okay, very good. I now declare the hearing closed, the time being 11:52 p.m. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District number 2019-9 of the City of San Bernardino and calling elections therein? Is there a motion?
I made that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Charette. Is there a second?
Second.
By Mr. Mulvihill. Are there any further discussion points? If not, let's do a roll call for this particular matter.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. The resolution that we have just adopted calls for elections within the property of CFD number 2019-1 to prove such formation to the levy of the special tax in accordance with the law and the rate method apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the City Clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2019-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2019-1.
Thank you. Having received a certificate of the City Clerk certifying the results of the election, I entertain a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Bernardino, acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2019-1 of the City of San Bernardino, certifying the results of the July 17, 2019 as special tax elections. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
With a second by?
I'll second.
Mr. Charette, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll cast our votes, please.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes unanimously.
Thank you. I now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only an ordinance levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2019-20 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti streets, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino and Facilities District 2019-1. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second by Mr. Nichol. Are there any further discussion points? All right, if members cast their votes.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, staff, for item number 32. Item number 33, business registration liens. Business registration liens. Ms. Ledoux, item number 33.
We have staff here from Public Works to give a presentation. Don't we? Oh, excuse me, Finance Department, business registration. It's getting late.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Business Registration Division has identified over 400 accounts that are in need of a lien to be placed on their property for lack of payment of the business registration requirement. So as of close of business today, there were 360 accounts still remaining on our exhibit that we were requesting your approval to place liens on the properties.
Move to adopt a resolution.
Second.
Very good. Our discussion points. Any member of the public wishing to address the council? Seeing none, let's call for the vote.
I need to get a, I'm sorry, I heard Mr. Mulvihill. Who was the second? Mr. Nichol? Okay. Yes? All right. Are you calling for the vote, or do you want to do a voice? Mr. Sanchez? Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? And Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes unanimously.
Thank you. Number 34, solid waste account liens. Mr. Kishta.
I will have Gracie address the council in this one. So, Gracie?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. This is for the placement of solid waste liens delinquent February 2017 through January 2019, and to adopt resolution number 2019-181.
I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution.
Wonderful. We got a motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, who is the
Mulvihill and
second? And Nichol? Okay, thank you.
one of us seconded it. Okay, if there are no objectors to it, let's do that so we can expedite
Are you
it.
objecting? Oh, I thought you were objecting.
No objectors.
So, 6-0.
Very good.
Item
Moving
passes.
on. Item number, oh, wait a minute. I think we are done, folks. We are done. Almost. We're getting, hey, we're trying to get out of here before midnight. Because if we go past it, we're gonna, yes. Miss City Attorney, I'm sorry, items to be referred to committee. Any members wishing to address the council on that matter?
Yeah,
Mr.
I've got a number of items. Oh, yeah. We jump to the public hearings. Grief. Crap.
Item number 29, staff reports, 2019 League of California Cities. We'll now entertain selection of a delegate and up to 2 alternates. The floor is open for those nominations. I'd like to be nominated. I'd like to serve. Anybody like to nominate me?
Last time, I'll do it again if you'll support me.
I'd like to.
How many do we nominate?
So we get 1 delegate, 1 voting delegate, and 2 alternates. I'd like to be an alternate. I don't need to be the voting, but I'd like to be the.
I'd like
Voting.
to,
Then I
I'd
would
like
like
to
to
nominate
nominate
Fred
that.
Charette.
As a voting, and then let's just.
As a
do it.
voting.
It can-
Check my calendar.
And I'll nominate
Too late.
Mayor Valdivia as alternate.
We can allow for 1 more alternate.
I will nominate Mr. Mulvihill as the second alternate.
Okay, wonderful. We got it, folks. Did you get it, Miss? Wonderful, great. Are there any objectors to it? We got a motion and a second on it. On what was just mentioned. Mr. Charette being the voting delegate, Maine. If he, okay, right, then it's me. Okay, great. If there's no objectors, so ordered. Moving on to item number 30, pedestrian Meadowbrook Bridge issue. Mr. Kishta.
The item before you tonight was brought to you before in June 19 when we were discussing the capital improvement project adoption. And council members have asked staff to go back and look at the cost of the construction, the demolition, and the design for the bridge. At that meeting, we established that the design for this project was at $40,480. We also indicated that as the design is about 80% completed. We have asked some of our contractors that they do demolition to give us an estimate of how much to demolish this bridge if we did not do any construction, and it came out $65,000. Also, we asked if, ask our designer if to give us an accurate estimate of what it will cost if we demolish and rebuild the bridge. Again, it came up at $435,000. So what we're looking for is direction from the council and how would you like us to go with this project. We can just demolish it and let it go, or we can rebuild it.
I'd like to make a motion that that we set aside $65,000 for demolition, and then the remaining balance on what was paid out through the insurance company for that bridge to be used exclusively to rehabilitate the soccer field at Nunez Park, and any remaining money to be used to rehabilitate the parking lot at Nunez Park. I strongly believe that if we can't get this bridge, and it seems that the City Council does not want to spend this large of an amount of money on a pedestrian bridge, that this money should go to serve in a park in an underserved part of the city. And I think that this bridge, being a bridge that was serving a park in an underserved community, that it needs to reflect the same. So that money should be set aside for the rehabilitation of the Nunez Park soccer field, the one that's astroturfed. It's in bad shape, and any remaining funds from that payout from insurance to be used to cover the rehabilitation of the parking lot at Nunez Park. I would say the one on the northernmost end.
Is that abutting 5th Street or more towards 3rd Street?
No, that is abutting 5th Street.
The 5th Street, the main
Yes.
parking lot only. Got it.
We'll look at the whole project and we can come up with a concept for it.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Figueroa?
Yeah, I can definitely support allocating some of that money to fix that area. I've actually seen that field. I'd also like to, if I may advocate, I don't know how much money is going to be left over, but to rehab some of the parking lots, especially, I know it's not in the first ward, but at Lytle Creek Park, it desperately needs it. So if there is anything left over, I'd like to at least advocate for that.
Mr. Sanchez, amenable to that caveat?
Yes, and so I want to make sure that we have our numbers correct. How much was the payout from the insurance company?
I believe that was around 812,000.
812. So 812 minus the 65,000 for the demo, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, but we already committed for the design
All
money.
right, so then it's 100,000. So that still leaves us 700. So that's 700 to rehabilitate. I think we need to create a list of priorities. So first of all, the rehabilitation of the soccer field,
Then the parking.
followed by the parking lot abutting 5th Street.
Okay.
And then if there's any funds remaining, to rehabilitate the easternmost parking lot at Lytle Creek Park. And if there's any funds left over, then you guys have done an amazing job of making that dollar stretch. I think that's a good way to have that money spread around and be used for a purpose that the bridge would have otherwise served.
And I would fully support that motion if there hasn't been a
Very
second to
good.
that.
We have those, Mr. Kish, do you have the notes? Are there any discussion points, Ms. Richard? Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry, Mr.
thank you. And I heard all the motions, but I had a meeting with the Carpenters Union because they were interested in coming to our city and seeing how they can help and assist us in beautification of our city. So one of the things that they took a look at, they went to Meadowbrook Park and they looked at the bridge and they agreed that they can repair that bridge free of charge as long as the city pays for the supplies. So I think that and the money that we save on that, we can put that in a park in my ward since I had the conversation. But alongside of that, they also agreed to do several projects within the city of San Bernardino, most of them in the parks. And so I think that we need to look at that before we expend all this money out. We need to look at them. They're coming to help. They helped out at the Home and Neighborly Service in the past. They came and remodeled that. They reconstructed their stage. They painted the whole building inside and out. And they did a lot of upgrades to the Home and Neighborly Service. So I think that we need to look into that. They're willing to do it for free of charge. And I say that we take them up on it. As whatever we can do to make it work, let's make it work. And then I agree with the parks, but I don't agree with repairing the parking lots because there's so many parks that are unmaintained and that are in bad condition, and specifically Nicholson Park in the 6th Ward. I get complaints about that one almost daily. And because it butts up against Rialto, it's kind of the forgotten about, people think it's Rialto, and then people, knows it's San Bernardino. So I say that we need to look at all the parks before we start repaving parking lots. We can do that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So I do have a question, Mr. Kishta.
Sure.
If the motion prevails that is suggested by Mr. Sanchez, and I just lost my Snicker bar. If the motion prevails The order is that the demolition continue and progress at Meadowbrook Bridge.
Completely remove the bridge itself and, not also the bridge, the 65,000, because there is like sidewalk that lead to it.
Correct.
So we have to remove all of that.
So it'd be entire removal, demolition of the entire bridge, and there would be no replacement.
there will be a design for replacement for the future.
Okay, okay. We did receive, council received, I think all council members received a analysis or a letter from a firm out of Michigan. Were you aware of that?
I've seen it, yes.
Are there any, what's your reaction to their insight?
If we need to rebuild this bridge, we need to bid it out, and everybody can bid on it. And as usual, we use the lowest responsive bidder, and that's how we do our projects. We cannot just tell the company to come and do the project without bidding it.
In addition, I'm meeting with the Carpenters Union tomorrow and touring their facility.
Mm-hmm.
They have suggested, and I don't want to misspeak for them, so this is firsthand knowledge that was suggested by these individuals. They haven't confirmed their willingness to install it and repair it. But apparently the Iron Steel Workers, or a division of the Carpenters Union, has approached the Public Works Department to assess the structural impacts of the burnt-out bridge. Is that accurate? Have they made the tour? Have you accommodated them on the tour? And what are the potential replacement values that that these folks could essentially volunteer? If we were to provide the material, supply them the material, I have a preliminary commitment that they would install it. And that it would be inspected by building safety for durability, et cetera. Obviously, city or legal department would probably have to have some waivers and some type of contract of some sort. But have you entertained any tour or?
I was not involved in any tour with anyone on the bridge other than the designer that designed it right now. But I'm not sure if Jim, have. But by the carpenters, what the proposal that we have is to replace what we have right now, which is basically put the wood back that is on the bridge, which is defeat the purpose of why we designed it, because originally the bridge was burned because there was homeless under it that to start the fire, in a cold night, and that will start the fire. So if we replace it the same way it is with wood, the problem will happen again, and we'll catch on fire again, and we'll be back into the same situation.
Well, I think what they suggest is that they'd want to at least repair, if there are structural beams steel beams that need to be replaced, they would have that capability. They didn't go so far. They wanted to inspect it and find out if they could even volunteer their time and services.
We can work with them. We can schedule something and go around and see what they can offer and come back and report to the.
Okay, the motion still stands, though, and I support what Councilman Sanchez is trying to do, and I understand that. I think you have gained support for a motion as second. Are there any other comments? We understand what we're voting on? Okay.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if this passes, and I support you, but are we even going to look into what the Carpenters Union are can we add that to it? Because even though we say that maybe it'll burn down, that's just an assumption that it'll happen again. We don't know that it will definitely happen, but we want to try to save money, costs where we can, and I think this is a definite cost savings, and I just commend the Carpenters Union for even coming and.
Not a problem.
So I think we do have a viable opportunity here to be able to gain their services free of charge. So I want to pass this as is, but right now we already have one item that we want to agendize, and I think and that's concerning cannabis regulation at the National Orange Show. The second thing I think we should do right now, once at the end of this council meeting, is to agendize also, or that we direct staff, or that we agendize a discussion on having staff pursue potentially the option of having them rebuild the bridge. But I think that we need to go through with the demolition. I don't really think from our conversations, right, it's not something that we can, that can be resolved by just making minor repairs.
No, if we are rehabbing what we have right now, and they're gonna provide us with the free services, we can look at it, see what is the bond, because they were saying that to provide them with the materials, and they will do all the labor to put back the bridge the way it was before.
Right, and so with demolition, they won't be able to do it.
If I demo it, we have to rebuild it again.
They've been sitting there all night. Oh, okay, all right.
I think we should, I go with the floor motion.
That you made.
Yeah.
With those caveats. All right. We have that motion and a second. Members, are we ready to vote on it? All right, let's vote on it. Are there any objectors to it? No objections?
I only object because I want to get the carpenters union in, and I'm looking for the
Okay.
cheapest way.
Yeah, and I agree. I think if we could use the demolition money toward the supplies, then you get your bridge too.
Yes.
$1,000?
Well, the
You
supplies.
get 65,000, you put aside what is.
Yeah, what I'm
Councilman
saying is
saying.
before we demolish it, let's see if they can do it for the 65. If they can do it for the 65, you get your bridge too.
Remember, they're offering free labor.
If they can't do it for the 65, then I get your point.
Sure.
Then let's not.
And remember, the mayor's meeting with them tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll find out.
So I will have
We'll
that
give you
top
the
of mind.
discretion.
All right, I guess we're kicking this off to the next council meeting, another council meeting.
Well, today, yeah, in 12 hours.
So there's a meeting today, so I guess,
No, today, like
So
later today.
so then, I mean, how do we do this? Because we'll wait we'll move to continue.
How about this? Let's rescind your motion and just move to continue, all right? Can we do that?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, the carpenter, were we to go ahead with the carpenter, are they planning on rebuilding it with wood?
We'll find out.
No. Because I would suggest, rather than having a solid, a heavy metal lattice in which, there's not a complete, in other words, people would not be encouraged to try to camp underneath there because it's not really a solid, so if there could be and they make those heavy lattice, face it, the bridge isn't used that much. I mean, you can actually walk around it. I mean, most times. In fact, that's what I've done. But at any rate,
Okay.
well, we'll continue it.
Why don't we do this? Move to continue. Is there a motion to that? Move to continue? Yes, and a second.
I'll second.
Very good.
And with a slight caveat that in the meantime, we come up with a solid list of the things that you're talking about.
Wonderful. I like
Great.
So that
Okay,
we're not just
great.
kind of guessing, and
Yes,
if
continue to
Basine
the
has
next
some
meeting.
ideas, throw them in there, get them to staff, and let's bring it all back together.
All right, guys, move to continue for the next council meeting with the list. Yes, created. Objectors? None? Great. Thank you, staff. Thank you. All right, item number 31 is a professional services agreements with a law firm. Miss City Manager.
Mayor and council, as you might recall at the last council meeting, you had moved to terminate the contract with Stradling for bankruptcy services. And you asked BB&K to come back with what it would cost them. Since that time, Sonia and I have negotiated with them. We were concerned about a cap. We were concerned about the costs. And we've negotiated with them to a cap of $650,000 from April of this year through the end of bankruptcy, except for certain caveats that they've listed in here in the staff report that might happen, so anomaly.
Meaning through the end of our bankruptcy cases.
Correct, and we have Tom Clark and Paul here. Do you have questions?
Um,
Yes.
So we've already passed, they've already performed work April through June 31st.
Correct.
So a portion of that 650,000 has already been
Yes.
timed and billed for.
Yes, so I estimate we'll have at least $100,000 in savings from what we budgeted through this.
So in spite of some public comments and some naysayers earlier, we're still saving costs. Is that accurate?
That's true. That's correct.
We're still saving money.
Mhm.
We've negotiated the contract. They have renegotiated, and we're appreciative of vendors who are conscientious of our budget. I do have a question. The time management of case management, I'm going to be very, very working with my city manager to ensure that we have excellence in that case management process. We will not repeat what we've experienced before. We will have timely reports. We will have excellent vendor services, and that's my understanding in offline conversations. Ms. City Attorney, do you have anything to add to that on case management and oversight?
I'd only like to add that I think that once we sat down and had the conversation, the representatives from Stradling have been very, very cooperative. I think we just have a few cases that are remaining, and I think we've opened up some excellent lines of communication with the representatives. So I support the staff recommendation.
Very good.
And Mayor, in addition to that, we also have 2 agreements for the litigation on the Placo matter for the mall. And the reason we have 2 agreements is one is for the successor agency and one is for the city.
Very good. The recommendation before the council is to adopt 2019-185 and 2019-186. Is there a motion for approval of those recommended?
No, I'd like to make a substitute motion. So there's a reason why we terminated their contract. There were actually 2 reasons. First one being that we lost confidence. Second, the astronomical rates which they were charging us for work. So the rates have calmed down, but I still think that there's a reason why this council voted to terminate the contract. We lost that confidence. So if we're going to approve this, I know that there are 4 exclusions to that cap of $650,000. I want any time that those exclusions are used or utilized, that they come before the council for approval.
Actually,
because what would happen otherwise is that $650,000 is going to balloon to over $1 million. They have made estimates before that they way overshot, and that's because we had written a blank check. So every time that any one of those exemptions is going to be practiced, I want it to come to the council for approval.
Actually, we would have to do that because we're only authorized to spend the $650,000, which they capped that at, so we wouldn't have the additional money. I'd have to come back to you and ask for money in those cases.
Ms. Ledoux, there's specific language that would suggest that there's a not to exceed amount in the contract?
So I think both from a practical matter on the budgetary side, that's going to operate as the cap anyway, because we're going to have to come to council. And we will have, I think they've already been working with us very cooperatively. We'll have someone at our office who does some bankruptcy work who's already working on the cases, have a discussion as to why that exclusion might apply. So I don't think it'll even come to you unless we've had that review to make a recommendation that the exclusion does apply.
Rebecca just so kindly pointed out to me, too, that does not include Placo. That's per hour. We don't know what those cases are going to be. Tom may want to address that.
Placo is a different fund, though.
Yes, it is different.
It is a different fund. Correct. But the determiner is that it is a different fund, and those funds are through the Department of Finance's system and our recognized obligations.
The majority of those funds
Correct.
there is a city piece in that lawsuit that would have to come out of city funds.
Very minimal.
Very minimal. Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure that there's one thing here. It's not just that when they exceed these $650,000, it's every time they're going to exercise one of those exemptions that it will come before the council. Am I correct? So if I saw, for example, there was one where they're in the case of an appeal, which I don't know the law, but I think that those happen very often, and especially in such a convoluted case as this, that they will have to come before the city council to ask for that exclusion.
So the way this is going to operate is they have to bring all the current cases to completion. If it costs them $850,000 to complete it, they're making us a promise that they're going to come to completion. The only way that they can exceed the $650,000 is they come to us and say, look, on this case, one of these exemptions applies and here's why. Otherwise, they are going to complete their work. They're here this evening. You can ask for confirmation. They are going to complete their work for the $650,000, $100,000 of which is paying for, as I understand, the $100,000 is already paying for invoices for work that they've performed. That's how I understand it. So the only way that they would come back to you is they would say, one of these exceptions applies, and here's why, and we need more than $650,000. Otherwise, if those exceptions don't apply, your cases will be completed for $650,000. That was what we were able to negotiate.
Gentlemen, is that correct? Can you attest to that?
Yes, that's correct. And the exceptions are highly unlikely. But we're happy to come back to the council if anything should occur that's unique enough to have to come back.
Tom, I don't know if we picked up everything. Can you answer the question in the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm
Because
sorry.
you were coming.
Yeah,
And I don't know if the public heard that, and we got it.
The
on
answer is yes, and I qualified it by saying that the exceptions that are referred to are extremely unique, not likely to occur, and we're happy to come back to the council if any of those exceptions pop up.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Figueroa.
Yeah, from my notes, I share the same concerns as the gentleman from the first ward in regards to the exceptions and that skyrocketing the proposed cost. So I just wanted to share the same sentiment as my colleague here to the right. That's all.
Okay, members, if they cast their vote, or if there's no objections, you have the record on the first and second. Are there objectors to this? Seeing none? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Unanimous. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just going to.
Oh, my goodness. I guess we did. 27. Consider amendments to municipal code relating to meeting decorum. This was a matter before the LRC. Let's point to the chairwoman of LRC. This is a fairly easy matter, folks. Let's not overcomplicate it. But anyhow, Madam Chairwoman, Ms. Richard, do you have any opening remarks on item number 27 on meeting decorum?
Well, I just want to say again, we're going to be relocating to a new facility on the first meeting in August. And one of the things that we did look at in the LRC meeting was the council's conduct, the mayor's conduct, and also the constituents' conduct. And as we were going through this, we realized that a lot of this stuff was already in place. We just haven't been exercising it. Let's see, as far as decorum go, you know, we all know that the conduct is unacceptable. The meetings have been going really, really, really left lately. Sometimes right, I don't know. It's just been really bad, and we as council members speaking out of some of us speaking out of turn, some of us walking out. We have public shouting from the audience. We have public walking behind the podium. We have, just all kinds of things that are happening. I remember one meeting I looked up and there was a cat sitting right here, the lady with a cat standing right here beside me, and how did she get past everything? And so we had a lot of safety concerns, and so we looked into what was happening. We want to stop the disruption of our meetings. These are business meetings. We know and we believe wholeheartedly that this is the people's meeting. But we want to conduct a business meeting professionally. We're moving to a professional site. So that was one of the reasons we looked into all of this. So when we now start our meetings again at 7 o'clock. You see, we're here at 12:25.
That's the anomaly.
Yeah.
It's our first meeting beyond 12 midnight.
For our first one, and certainly my first one ever.
Because I keep record.
Even when it started early, this is my first one.
It really is.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that we handle our meetings in a professional way. We want to move them forward quickly. I think there was a lot of talk about the meeting. The reason for the meeting is that we wanted to silence the public and not and take away their public speaking time. No, that's not what we discussed. We discussed maybe having staff members move the constituents up fast, the speakers up faster. You speak. I don't know how the setup is going to be. We didn't know. Hopefully there's going to be 2 mics also. We prefer 3 or 4, so that way as we're speaking, because by the time the mayor gets through saying, so-and-so, can you step up to the podium, we wait. All that is time. I think on the back of the agenda, It's already printed that it's up to the mayor to decide, depending on how many people are speaking, that we're only going to have 90 minutes worth of public speaking. And we haven't been exercising that. I think every time that he mentions it, we all disagree, even though that's written in the rules. And we still continue to fight it. So one of the things that I specifically wanted to make sure and address the public and let them know that these are not rules that we're making up as a council. We're just not just going through making up these rules as they come up because of certain items on the agenda. These are rules that are written in print, in black and white, and we want to follow the rules. We want to make sure that we allow for safety. We're moving to a different area. We talked about the security. If the mayor's gonna give one warning when somebody's out of control, when they're yelling and speaking from the audience, and when they continue, he's gonna give them one warning. After that, we're gonna ask security and to escort them out. My recommendation was maybe not security, but maybe the police, because my belief is security is supposed to observe and report, but up to the police department to escort someone out of here. So that way it wouldn't be non-confrontational and we can continue on with our meeting. Another thing that we discussed, that it says in section 2.58.060, the council is given power to punish itself and the mayor for disruptive conduct, but it does not say anything about how to actually go about doing it, except to impose up to a $50 fine. So we talked about that, the $50 fine. One of my comments was, is $50 ain't gonna shut me up. If I want to talk, $50 will not shut me up. I'll keep talking, fine me $50, I'll keep talking, so we want to make sure that we wanted to put a limit on it. We wanted to say, my recommendation was up to $1,000 per meeting. I think Council Member Figueroa decided that, or he brought forth that it should be up to our paycheck for the month, our salary for the month. I believe because $50, when this was implemented, we were getting paid $50 a month. So now that we're getting paid more, we want to raise that to whatever that salary is. So that way we can maintain some control. We talked about the willful disruptions in 2.58.070 to include to the audience excessive clapping, hissing, chanting, huge signs that people have brought into the council meetings recently. They block the rest of the people in the meeting. They can't see. They block the cameras. And those are things that we want to prohibit from happening in our council meetings to keep the council meetings professional. And thirdly, I want to say we wanted to make sure, I think I talked about that, the law enforcement break up disruptions before they get out of control. So I would like to refer to Councilmember Figueroa to put some input on what I just talked about.
Councilman.
That's pretty much accurate, everything you just kind of said there. The only other thing that I also asked to include in that is an appeals process, so that we're not just no single person up here is just arbitrarily fining somebody or finding them to be out of line, so to speak, so that there also needs to be an appeal process for that person as well.
Mr. Figueroa, would it be I think maybe the procedural move is if we have a due process type of hearing, so that the LRC or some ad hoc committee would take the recommendation from the city council, it'd be heard in some type of a hearing.
I think we were trying to avoid additional bureaucracy with this whole process, and just I think it's already, if I remember correctly, it's already within the power of either the mayor or the council to
do a up or down on censure.
Yes. According to what we read and what we understood from what already exists on the books.
Okay. So the vote would be taken on a censure motion at council. The appeal process, you're suggesting there'd be some offline appeal process that member who's been affected could appeal the process.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Well, that's, hold on, Mr. I get it. Hold on, Mr. Charette. So this is, the motion is to consider and provide direction. And so we will work with staff on that. Staff will come back with the full recommendation as described by Mayor Pro Tem and the member of the LRC. Are there any other suggestions on this? Yes, comments? Mr. Mulvihill?
You know, I think $50, let's keep it at $50. I mean, it's a slap on the hand. And I think it just makes the point. We don't need to raise it to $1,000 or whatever it happens to be. Also, too, with regard to the big signs, some council and supervisors, if you're going to have a sign, sit in the last row. That way you're behind everybody. You're not blocking anybody's view. So that's an easy thing to do. You can have a big sign, but you have to be in the last row.
So
Thank
can
you,
I make
Mr.
a comment
Mulvihill.
on that? One of the things where we weren't recommended that they don't bring signs in, I think that we recommended that they have signs that were 8.5 by 11, that were a little smaller, that wasn't going to block everybody's view. Not to say that signs aren't welcomed, but when you have those big signs, if you want to have them, just have them outside of the doors.
So, Mr. Mulvihill, the idea behind the sign, we have considered, and just bear with me on this, we understand the First Amendment provisions, and that's not the argument here. The argument is the context of the setting of a professional meeting chambers. When I liken this, the similarity would be to courtroom proceedings. A Superior Court judge would not allow signage, badges, noisemakers, hissing. It's a very respectable place to provide the hearing and to conduct the business and the affairs of the judicial office. Superior Court judges do not allow for that, as I understand it. When I look at the state legislature, they too, the Capitol Police, will not allow signage and disruptions that will interfere with the conduct of the meeting. And even our U.S. congressional galleys, there's certain meeting principles and guidelines, and we want to make sure that, if you want to protest, great, go do that on the sidewalk. Go carry your, as much as you, God bless you, go do it, but go do it on this public sidewalk. There's a forum for that. There's freedom of speech, but we understand that. But go do that on the sidewalk. You're entitled to use your bullhorn out on the sidewalk, but you cannot do it and disrupt meetings. Mr. Charette?
Thank you. You want to turn the clock on? I hear all of this, and a lot of it makes some sense, or some of it makes some sense. I think over my tenure, I've seen us go. We're narrowing more. What's the word I'm trying to say? We're becoming more and more narrow on the public's rights to this forum, and I don't support really anything. I think we're adults that we can police ourselves. Who's going to determine when someone says, well, I think it was just said a minute ago that walking out in the middle of a meeting, well, I think I have that perfect right to walk out. Now, I'm not going to walk out and slap everybody on the back of the head as I'm walking out, but I have the perfect right to walk out. I don't have to be here, and the public will determine whether I'm doing my job or not. Now, I don't disagree with disruption or yelling or a lack of decorum, but the restrictions that we are starting to put on ourselves, I think, is just absolutely outrageous. And to compare us to a courtroom is just absolutely outrageous. This is not a courtroom. A court runs the court. I'm not a lawyer, but we've got lawyers here that could tell us that the court is the judge, and that is his courtroom, and he makes the rules and the laws. We're dealing with, and that's an entirely different forum than what we're dealing with here, and the public and the right for people to come and be at our meetings. Signs, again, I think signs, they can be used. They can be across the back of the room. I wouldn't mind limiting them to a certain location or whatever. But, well, I can understand why you don't want them, John. I do understand that. I can understand that perfectly based on the ones that have been here so far this year. But I think we're going absolutely bonkers on the restrictions that we're putting on ourselves and the rules. And if we can't live up to some decorum and show each other some personal respect, at least in the public, then I got a real problem with that. But I'm not going to be censured for walking out if I decide I don't want to participate here, because I don't think this group should have the right to do that in a case of an elected official.
Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, well, this is sort of deja vu all over again. I think we've had this discussion a number of times since I've been on the council. I know we have a poster on the wall. I think that was something we put up about a year or so ago to remind us that we do need to adhere to certain decorum, both in terms of we as city council, staff, and the mayor, and the public. We've already had this discussion, and it precedes this council and this mayor, and so this is not something that's new. I think it's appropriate. One of the things that really disheartens me is the fact that I have a lot of constituents that say we'd love to go to the meeting, but we're intimidated. And that to me is also, I think, an intrusion upon other people's First Amendment rights. When you intimidate people into not expressing themselves in an appropriate manner, I think that needs to be addressed. And I think in whatever way possible, discouraged. And so I do believe that the public has a right to come to us whenever they wish and present whatever information they think we need to hear, make comments that are appropriate. But there is a line between appropriate First Amendment free speech and disorderly, disruptive conduct that's intended to prevent us from conducting the business that the people have elected us to do. And so I think we do need to continue to remember we do have a code of conduct. Nothing I saw here is necessarily deviating from that discussion and those codes of conduct that we've discussed in the past and reading what we have on the wall. But I do believe we need some teeth. I think that we are finding ourselves in a situation where we are consistently violating, or certain individuals are violating, this code of conduct that we have all agreed to already. And if that's the case, we need to set up an appropriate system to ensure individuals are held accountable. Personally, I like the idea in terms of the council that we could be penalized up to the entire amount of our monthly salary. I think that's great. I think that puts some real teeth in the process that makes it very clear to all of us that you step out of line, there's going to be a consequence, and a pretty severe one. Because I hear it from my constituents. I heard it when I was first elected. People were embarrassed by the conduct of this council in these meetings. And we should never, ever go back to that. We should respect each other, and we should respect our differences, but we should not disrupt the business that the people have elected us to conduct.
Okay, Council, we have, with those comments, we'll ask that staff return and...
Yeah, we're going to need some time to do
Sure,
some research
we
on
understand.
this. Okay.
Okay, very good. All right. We're almost done here, folks. Let's be brief on our comments. Items to be referred to committee. Councilman Sanchez, you've enumerated several. Are there any final items to be referred? Mr. Nickel, can you kind of do rapid fire without
quickly,
narrative?
I know we've discussed this, a fireworks item. I'd like to see a penalty up to $10,000, similar to what Fontana has. We need to put forward a potential moratorium on mobile homes within the city, limited only to designated mobile home parks. I would extend that to modular homes. I think people are trying to find loopholes. Prefabricated, whatever terminology you want to use, if it's on wheels, in my book, it's a modular prefabricated mobile home, and we need to have a moratorium on those. Also, the creation of a general plan advisory committee so we can start the process of moving forward on our general plan. And also an item to begin the process of moving forward on potential dissolution of the BICE property. I know we've had several expressions of interest. I think we need to explore those and identify if there is some serious interest that we need to take some action on. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other final items? Yes, Mr. Figueroa.
I alluded to it earlier regarding item number 16, I believe it was, in regards to the directing staff to have a discussion with the National Orange Show regarding business activity, cannabis business activities at the Orange Show. So that's the only thing on that. I think I gave more specifics on that earlier. I do want to address the fireworks issue. I personally feel that there needs to be a stronger penalty, and in fact, I'm of the opinion that it just needs to be banned altogether. And the final thing was I know that there was before I was here, that there was a directive to transition the police department out of the animal shelter. I'd like to at least start having a conversation about how we begin to transition them out of the animal shelter and what options are available to us as far as who could potentially start to operate the shelter.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to council comments. This next portion of the meeting will be designated for council and staff who have attended conferences and committee trainings to report out. I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors session and just recently and interacted with various policy issues, much of which will be provided either in staff reports or supplemental information provided later. And also, I attended the policy committee hearings at the League. I am on policy hearings and was able to bring Councilman Figueroa alongside me and introduce him to the inner workings and a tour of our Sacramento Capitol, and we're grateful for his participation and attendance. And that is all that I have to report. Our item number 37, Mr. Nickel. Any item, final?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify in the agenda, I think the wrong policy committee agenda was provided. I'm on the Transportation, Communication, Public Works Committee of the League of Cities. I believe the Governance, Transparency, Labor Relations Policy Committee agenda was attached. I am not a member of that committee, but I also attended the same committee as our mayor, and again, Mr. Figueroa joined us, so I appreciate Mr. Figueroa being there.
Thank you. Item number 38, League of California Cities Executive Forum. I also attended and was impacted greatly on many of the policy conversations that we had with policy presenters from a wide-varying array of policy points. Are there any other council members who wish to? Yes, Mr. Mulvihill.
Yes, I attended the League of California Cities. The leadership workshop that I chose was the cannabis regulation best practices for your city. And I'm just going to mention a couple things that struck me. Our particular regulations are not, are really right in line with so many other people. One particular city manager mentioned that in his jurisdictions, besides this $8,000 processing fee, which is unrefundable, which is, again, pretty much in ballpark what we're doing, they also ask for a cashier's check, which is refundable, for $100,000. So in other words, they want to make sure that the people who are applying actually have some fiscal backing that can move ahead. And I think one of the issues that I've been hearing is that some of the people who were awarded permits really don't have the funds to implement what we were asking them to do. So that struck me as a very reasonable thing. There are several other items, but we can talk about that later on if we ever get back into the cannabis discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Any other members? Yes, Ms.
So I attended the same conference. One of the conferences that I went to was addressing communication between the council and city manager. And I think that a lot of that, the communication, the lack of communication exists not just in the city of San Bernardino. My goodness, I think I was shocked. No, not really. I wasn't shocked because communication, sometimes we we think that we're communicating effectively when we're actually not. We assume that people know and understand what we're talking about. And I think that whole conference was just, or that section, we really talked about how to better communicate with the city manager and actually talk about what it is that we want. Say what you mean and mean what you say. So, it was very eye-opening for me just to see that we were not the only city that was facing a lot of the challenges that we're facing today. So I enjoyed the conference. I think that we got a lot out of it, me personally got a lot out of it, and I will be trying to attend the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Yes, Mr. Mulville.
We have an outrageously long agenda tonight, and I think part of the reason is that we took a meeting off. And I hope that we recognize that when we do take meetings off, all it does is combines a very long agenda for the next meeting. So again, let me mention that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Figueroa.
I also attended the conference as well, and I participated in the workshop for the city finance workshop as well. The information is in the backup material as well, so I won't take much time.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, any comments? No. None. I want to encourage, that concludes our meeting. I want to remind our members of our city residents that we will be moving to our first meeting at the Feldheim Library. Feldheim Library on Wednesday, August 7th, 2019. Council will begin closed session at 5:30 p.m. Our open session and public comments will begin promptly at 7 p.m. Again, we'll be moving to our Feldheim Library in downtown. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency, will be held on Wednesday, August 7, 2019, in the new council chambers located at 555 West 6th Street, which is the Feldheim Library here in San Bernardino. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you, and drive home safely.